current COVID-19 situation view, we bring this edition through virtual platform. I warmly welcome eminent speakers, distinguished participants, sponsors, supporters, and partners. Thank you very much for joining us today. I take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors, supporters, and partners for the 9th edition of Containers India. We have Alcargo Gati KWE as presenting sponsor. We have Container Shipping Lines Association as our strategic partner. We have Drury Maritime as knowledge partner. SAGT, our international terminal partner. Merckx as our logistic partner. Voltio, technology partner. MSC and Concur are our associate sponsors. CMA CGM is the digital partner. Bhatia Shipping, Harappa Port, Soras Informatics are our session sponsors. And Sagarmala, CFSAI, AMTOY, FILA are supporting us in this initiative. Yesterday, India has celebrated administering billion doses of COVID vaccine, a milestone that represented a turnaround in a vaccination drive that got off to a slow start. The worst of the pandemic seems to be over, with India reporting about 15,000 new cases daily, down from a record peak of more than 400,000. The chances of third COVID-19 wave appear remote under the present circumstances, with the weekly caseload dropping steadily. Experts say that we can forget about the third wave for the moment. The epidemic has transitioned into the endemic. But we cannot take the current stable situation for granted. We have to be mindful of the fact that the pandemic can take an untoward turn if we are not careful. For this very reason, we have decided to conduct our annual event Containers India as an online event this year as well. Now, let me give you a brief overview before I invite our partner, Captain Deepak Tiwari, and also proceeding on to the presentation on the containers market in India. Now, cargo handled by all government-owned major ports in the first half of this fiscal has nearly reached the level seen before on the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, signaling that the external trade of the nation is slowly limping back to normal. Data show that major ports handled 347 million tons of traffic in April to September 2021 compared to 348.2 million tons recorded during the same period of 2019, a marginal decline of 0.17%. In the first half of 2020, cargo movement was badly hampered by severe restrictions that had been clamped in the wake of the first wave of the pandemic. However, in the current fiscal, traffic was much higher despite a lethal second wave. JNPT, Kandla, Maramko, Ennore, and Paradeep recorded cargo traffic growth rates ranging between 0.55% to 10.93%, while Chennai, Vizag, and Mumbai saw a decline. In fact, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, one of India's premier container ports, handled 27 lakh TEUs during the first half of this financial year against 19,25,294 TEUs, which is almost close to 40% higher than the container traffic over the same period last year. Now, when we talk about GDP, Niti Aayog puts it at 10%, International Monetary puts it at 6%, whereas World Bank puts it at 8%. Whatever the number, the bottom line is that India's recovery could be faster than expected, apart from faster vaccination and better therapeutics, which contained the spread and limited the impact of the pandemic. Successful implementation of the announced wide-ranging structural reforms could increase India's growth potential. So where are the green shoots? Where is the recovery path? Country's exports rose by 40.5% to $15 billion during October 2 weeks, 1st to 15th, on account of healthy performance of engineering and chemicals, according to preliminary data that is coming from Commerce Ministry. Similarly, imports during the period grew by 60.72% to $14 billion. Export sectors which are recording positive growth include coffee, cashew, petroleum products, handloom, engineering, chemicals, man-made yarn, fabrics, gems and jewelry, plastics and marine products. But amid all this economic revival, the container shortage is still prevalent and is haunting the exporters in India as well as the world. With the intervention of shipping companies and the government, the situation has improved, but the problem is still prevalent and is expected to get worse in the next few months. Here I should say about our Gateway Awards. Before concluding, I should say a word about our annual awards. We have suspended our Gateway Awards this year as well. Last month, when the jury met, majority of the members suggested that we should move away from the routine categories and routine practices of evaluation. So we will further refine our categories and processes and come back with the awards next year. Today, we have 3 business sessions with interesting topics and expert panelists. I hope the time you spend today with us online is worth it. With these few words, I welcome all of you to this conference. Thank you. Now it is my pleasure to invite Captain Deepak Tiwari, Chairman of Container Shipping Lines Association, who has been a guiding factor in conducting the Containers India successfully for the last 8 years. I request him to give his theme remarks. Over to Captain Tiwari.
Thank you, Mr. Ramprasad, and dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a privilege and an honor for me to be with you on the 9th edition of Containers India, which is being held today. On behalf of the Container Shipping Lines Association and myself personally, I must thank Mr. Ramprasad Garu and his very energetic and capable team at Maritime Gateway for organizing this function virtually. CSLA is proud to be associated with Containers India and Maritime Gateway for over 9 years now. Today's deliberations and panel discussions on the theme Rebound and Refocus will be of immense interest to us all. The COVID-19 pandemic has not only changed our lives, but has also changed the way we do business. The shipping, logistics, and supply chain industry has seen disruption as never before. As more of India's and global population get vaccinated against this virus, the more the theme of rebound and refocus gains meaning and importance. Reopening the economy and economic activity in India and globally amidst a sudden increase in demand for goods has firmly put the onus on our entire industry to provide our consumers and customers with solutions to rebuild efficiencies, increase productivity in the supply chain. We thank our government for taking a number of steps during the 2020 period as well as in 2021 to alleviate the difficulties of the EXIM trade. We request the government to continue to facilitate the shipping and logistics industry to perform in a manner which will increase and facilitate the increase of India's exports to meet our Honorable Prime Minister's goal of $400 billion for this financial year. I congratulate Maritime Gateway on this occasion and trust this edition of Containers India 2021 will be a resounding success. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Ramprasad.
Thank you, Captain Tiwari. Friends, we will hear more about container trade and shipping from Captain Tiwari during the panel discussion. Now, as I mentioned, you are aware that for the last 8 years, in association with the Drury Maritime Research and Consulting, we have been producing Indian Container Market Annual Report, which has become an important handbook for our trade. I will be presenting you some key data relating to 2020-21 container market and also how the trade has been impacted and recovering. Immediately after this webinar, this presentation will be made available to all of you as a download from our website. So this is what year-on-year container throughput growth in major regions across the world. North America, Europe, Asia, Middle East, South Asia, and the total world figures. So the estimated container throughput, the entire world put together in the second quarter increased by 13.8% year-on-year. Now, if you look at South Asia, port activity actually in South Asia has been the highest with 40% between April and June because of the consumer demand that has been created in Europe and USA. So it is the highest, as you can see, in the world. So this slide gives you the development of container traffic in India across the last decade from 2010 to 2020. If you look at the wave throughput vis-a-vis annual growth. In fact, this slide indicates you the container throughput has actually on a decline before the pandemic. If you look at 2016, 17, then 17 a bit, and by 18 also, it started declining actually before the pandemic. This we have been talking about for long, the rising share of non-major ports in container throughput. You can see the numbers. The non-major ports share from 1.6 million TEUs to now it has gone to 7.4 million TEUs, almost closing in with the major ports traffic. But when you compare it East Coast versus West Coast, we have been debating that East Coast traffic will improve considerably in the last few years, but the growth has been not as expected. It is growing, but not as expected. So these are the major commodities exported from India: steel products, minerals, reefer food products, stones, chemicals. Whereas our import basket is chemicals, food products, steel products again, paper and paper products, polymers. The percentages are given in the bottom text. These are our export and import destination. In both the tables, you can see both in export and export, China continues to be on top with the #1 position. In export destination, Bangladesh has become the second most important country for us. Then, if I talk about some of the countries which have been moving up the index, now you see Nepal, from 25th position, it has gone to 4th rank in our export destination, from 1.0% to 4.6%. Similarly, Saudi Arabia has moved from 12th position to 8th position. Oman, again, from 32 position to 11th position. Maldives, Qatar. So Middle East has become an important region for us in terms of exports. And in imports, again, UAE is come to the 3rd position from 10th. Argentina, interestingly, it is in the top 15 places. Qatar again, and Vietnam from 40th position to imports, it has come to the 19th position. So imports from Vietnam have gone up. These are country-wise the top 5 products, and the numbers below indicate the volume, the share of the export position. These you can go through in detail later. Every commodity, steel, mineral, reefer, we have given in terms of million tons, how much is going exported to that world, what is the share in the total export volume. Similarly, these are the import products, country-wise, the top 5 ranking imports: chemicals, food products, steel products. Now, this is our annual container throughput across all the Indian terminals from the last year numbers. So the total installed capacity, if you could look at on the top right side of corner, from 29 million TUs to, it has moved to 30 million TUs. 1 million TUs had been added during the year. If you look at the total throughput, it is 165,000 TUs is compared to last year. Now, when you look at the terminal rankings, as per the throughput that they handled, Adani International Container Terminal moved from 2nd position to 1st position. I'm giving you some of the top movers and terminals who have declined. Then again, Adani CMA Mundra Terminal 6th position to move to 4th position. Bharat Mumbai Container Terminal 9th position to it moved to 5th position. Chennai Container Terminal 19th position to it moved to 15th position. When you look at the where the throughput slipped, Navasheva India Gateway Terminal 4th to it slipped to 8th position. Jawaharlal Nehru Port Container Terminal 10th position to it moved to 16th position. Adani Krishnapatnam Container Terminal 16th to 20th position, and Visakhapatnam Container Terminal 18th to 9th position. So on the chart, all the green dots with the numbers indicate they have moved up the ranking, and those you see in red with the number, they indicate the downtrend in the volumes. Now, this is performance throughput versus year-on-year growth. In this matrix, you can see high growth, high throughput, high growth terminals. Here again, Adani CMA terminal, you have Adani International Terminal, Bharat Mumbai Terminal, and NSICT. These are all high throughput, high growth region. Then Kandla Terminal is in the medium throughput, high growth area. Now, the Kakinada and PSA Sikal terminal are low throughput, high growth terminals. Haldia, Adani Krishnapatnam terminals have gone into low throughput, low growth area. This is another pictorial representation that we have taken from last year. How has COVID impacted, which terminals have seen the major impact, and which terminals have still during COVID time also shown growth. So all the green boxes, green circles have seen high growth, more than 20% growth even during the COVID time. The orange ones have shown, whereas the yellow ones have seen 0 to 20%, and orange ones less than 0%, which means negative growth. So some have shown actually minus 30%, minus 13%, like that. So now we come to the idle ship capacity. So during the first 8 months of 2020, we had a lot of idling happening because of the chaotic situation and lockdown across countries. But subsequently, later part of 2020, due to the growing demand, this idling activity has declined, as you can see from the graph and also the bar chart. So with all the freight rates and charter rates, even ships also came out from idling and then have been deployed across all the major trade routes. This is the freight rate indication from JNPT to the 6 or 7 international destinations like Tianjin, Rotterdam, Felixworth, New York, Houston, Los Angeles, and Geneva. Again, import freight rates also to the same destinations. We have taken the how the freight rates have moved up. Of course, there is a lot of debate happened in the last 1 year on the rising costs of container movement due to various reasons. But the bull run seems to be in the first quarter appears to have plateaued because carriers also have intervened and then started not levying further rates. So we have to see whether is this a guaranteed, coming down of freight rates, or whether strong demand and low supply will still be impacting the freight rates. We will discuss this in the panel discussion more on these things. So this is another indication of the how many times the freight rates have risen to the in terms of bar chart it is represented. This is again from JNB to the major sources and destination. These are ship calls, missed ship calls across from 2019, 2020, 2021. We have taken 3 ports, JNPT, Mundra, and Chennai. Of course, now the ship calls have reduced. But what happened is, in one of the study we have seen, many of the ship calls, they have skipped JNPT, and Mundra has been on their route. So that is another interesting feature. Now this gives you the latest position at, this is taken last, I think this Wednesday. You can see how many ships are waiting, 53 ships at Los Angeles with a waiting time of 7 to 12 days. Again, Savannah 6 to 7 days. Rotterdam, the waiting time is up to 6 days. Then in Shanghai area, 73 ships waiting. Shenzhen 91. So still the congestion is happening because of the longer waiting time, dwell time at the ports. So this is a container throughput growth forecast at major regions. If you get North America going forward in 2022 first quarter, about 5.3% growth is predicted in North America. Europe is at 6.3%. Asia is at 5.1%. Middle East 4.7%. South Asia, which is actually the highest among all the regions, 7.1%. Then total global growth rate is put at 5.2%. If you divide South Asia and world's throughput growth quarter-wise, bottom you can see the first quarter of 2021 it was 13.3%, whereas South Asia was 9.4%. Second quarter it has gone up again. So this is third quarter and fourth quarter are forecasts only, with the 13.7% globally and 7.1%, whereas South Asia is 6.6% and 3.8%. Now on the domestic trade, the coastal shipping is again another interesting phenomenon. Steadily, if you look at the figures, that from 160 million tons to, this is both bulk and containers, we have not divided. It has grown to about 222 million tons. So the share is growing, though slowly, steadily. We feel that still coastal shipping will continue to grow, and it is estimated by 2025 we'll have about 320 million tons moving on the coastal route. Of course, now mostly it is POL and thermal coal. The container volumes have to still pick up on the coastal route. So to conclude, the key insights are South Asia is the volume is surging and the highest among all other regions in the world. Due to the high freight rates and charter rates, many ships came out and idling, and then now major trade routes are having a lot of ship calls. Freight rates are soaring until 3 weeks with a slowdown. Now it is plateaued. We have to watch this for the next few months. As I mentioned, private ports are overtaking major ports in terms of cargo handling. Slot availability was not ensured by shipping lines due to supply chain disruptions, even after paying a premium, and carriers are avoiding long-term contracts till very recently. On the CFS side, DPD grew from 7% when it's 2016. Now it is almost 60% in JNPT. At other ports, it is almost 50%. This happened in a span of 5 years. So this is a paradigm shift that happened handling of inland containers in India. At the same time, it has impacted CFS business and forced them to re-engineer their business strategy or volume. And another interesting phenomenon is this Honorable Prime Minister's initiative of this Gati Shakti, which has a lot of thrust on our segment, the logistics segment, with industrial corridors and multimodal parks, manufacturing clusters coming up with a huge investment. So if this is realized, then a lot of cargo growth will happen in India. China still remains to be our biggest trading partner. As on October 2021, India's trade with China is set to cross the 100 billion mark for the first time in 2021. So despite that, whenever there is geopolitical issues that we see goods are not imported from China, we focus more on Make in India and all that, but still we have a huge trade happening with China. Last point, but very important, which we will take up in the panel discussion. There is a competitive battle having multiple different fronts involving carriers going digital, carriers going deeper into logistics providers going digital solution providers ramping up on physical capabilities, diversified cargo owners entering logistics. So all this is putting up logistics as a very highly competitive, very hot sector in the years to come. We have to see how the changing landscape will impact the way that we do businesses. So this is what I have from the Containers India market report. I thank my colleagues Shailesh Garg, who is the MD of Drury India, and Subrata, who helped us a lot in putting a lot of this global data together. And my colleague at Maritime Gateway, Rakesh Oroganti, has put all the Indian container terminals data. So I thank all of them. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, this will be circulated. You can reach out to my office if you want a copy of it, or you can download it from the website. So with this, I will now move on to the discussion part of it, the first panel discussion today. We have already the panelists with us, but a lot of the participants might be knowing the stalwarts that we have today, but still I will just read out and introduce them. Captain Deepak Tiwari, Chairman of CSLA, and is also the CEO of MSC India with us. You know that this is a global leader in shipping and a company that provides itself on offering global service with local knowledge. Container Shipping Lines Association is an eminent organization of foreign container shipping lines operating in India, having 34 members. So at present, Captain Tiwari, with his years of expertise in the maritime industry, efficiently juggles multiple roles with finesse. We have Shantanu Bhatkankar, is a second generation licensed custom broker and full service international freight forwarder. He's the immediate past president of AMTOI. He's also the member of governing body of the Symbiosis Skill and Open University Pune, and a member of the National Shipping Board. He is nominated Honorable President. He is nominated by Honorable President of India as the member on the Court of Indian Maritime University for a term of 3 years from December 2019. We have Mr. Suresh Kumar, who is the CEO of Alcargo Logistics India, a seasoned industry leader with a proven track record of more than 30 years in the telecom, consumer, mobile commerce, and media industries. His experience spans building and growing businesses, change management, as well as planning investments, customer-centric focus, digital transformation, and revenue management. Jishan Mukhi. Jishan is the Director Customer Experience of South Asia at Maersk. He joined the Maersk Group in 2004, and since then he has taken up different leadership roles across India, Singapore, and Sri Lanka. Prior to being appointed as IBS Area Customer Experience Manager, Jishan was the country manager for Maersk Line in Sri Lanka and Maldives, holding the office as the Managing Director of Maersk Lanka Private Limited. With this brief introduction, I welcome all of you to the panel discussion. So let me begin. We have two representing the shipping lines, and two are into logistics, freight forwarding, multimodal transportation. So, sir, my first question to Captain Deepak Tiwari. As a starting, give me an insight into what is happening with carriers today? You are on mute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ram Prasad, and a very good morning to everyone at this Containers India session. What is happening to the shipping lines? The shipping lines are going through hell. That's what I can start with. We are trying to maintain service levels despite the fact that there is port congestion in practically all the US ports, both on the West Coast as well as on the East Coast. There is congestion in the European ports, and there is congestion in other ports in Southeast Asia, as well as Australia. So what does congestion mean? It means that the ports cannot take in more cargo, they cannot berth ships, and the hinterland connectivity and supply chain is disrupted because there is too much cargo or excessive cargo that was not planned for. And due to this, there is congestion and at various bottlenecks. It starts with the port, goes on to trucking, goes on to the rail, warehouses are full, and so on. Today, we have landed ourselves in a situation where more than 300 ships globally are actually waiting for berths today. In the slide shown by Mr. Ram Prasad, they had taken just a few of the ports. But if you actually look at it globally, container ships, over 300 container ships are today waiting for berth. This could be anything from 3 to 4 days up to 12 days berthing, pre-berthing delay. What does this mean? It means for a shipping line which has, say, 7 ships on a particular route to give a weekly service, like say the India-Europe will have 7 ships, max 8 ships. If they get 3 to 4 days or even 5 days berthing delay at 2-3 ports in Europe, what happens is that the requirement of ships, there is a bunching of ships, the requirement of ships increases to maintain that weekly frequency. And this is what the shipping lines have been battling against. One is to try and maintain the weekly service. One is to lose money with ships waiting for a berth at various ports. There was a very interesting study done by international consultants, shipping consultants who know about shipping. And I'll give you some very glaring figures. In April, 8% of shipping capacity was stuck at ports or waiting for a berth. 8% of the total shipping capacity. In August 2021, this rose to 12.5% of shipping capacity, which translates to about 3.2 million TEUs waiting to be berthed and discharge those containers and reload containers from the various ports. So if you actually translate it into layman's terms, 3.2 million TEUs capacity is equivalent to the 3rd or the 4th largest shipping company actually laying up their fleet. It also means that there is going to be a severe shortage of space on the consequent ships or in that service. It also means that there will be a severe shortage of containers because you need more containers if more containers are sitting idle, with cargo or without cargo. But without cargo is very few. But with cargo, if containers are stuck and sitting idle, it means that you require more containers to carry out the same service on a weekly basis. So this is one of the biggest challenges that shipping lines are trying to work on at this point of time.
Thank you, sir. Jishan, would you like to add anything to that?
Well, I think Captain Deepak Tiwari is actually, firstly, good morning, everyone, and thanks so much for having me here. I would just like to say that Captain Deepak Tiwari has put it really, really well. And of course, the statistics that was shared by you in the previous part of the presentation pretty much are saying the same thing. I think, like Captain Tiwari put it, almost the third or fourth largest shipping line is actually waiting idle, outside the ports today. And that is really, really what is the challenge. It has become extremely difficult to operate in this scenario for all shipping lines and including our staff and our teams.
Thank you, Jishan. I'll come back to Captain. Now, my question is to both Shantanu and Suresh. So in terms of being a service provider, what is the impact that you are seeing because of all this supply chain disruption from the customer side or from your operations side? What is the current scenario? Shantanu.
Yeah, thanks, and congrats Gateway and congrats Mr. Ramprasad for holding this event, and I'm sure it will be successful as usual. It was nice to hear Captain Tiwari and Mr. Mukhi, whom I have not met personally, but we will catch up. Well, if shipping lines are passing through hell, I'm sure it's a wonderful hell to be. I am not here to debate or argue with them, but equally I am not here to agree with them. So quite a few times, what is said is less important than what is unsaid. Be it may be so, but I would say the shippers are facing huge problem, and I would say deservingly, because they also have not planned strategically about what they should do about their supply chain resilience. I would say same with forwarders. We have not planned, but I will tell you a success story where people have acted proactively. The so-called NBOCC operators, according to me, they are more or less like shipping lines who own the containers and who operate the containers on feeder vessels. Now they control a large share of business in the regions which are high growth regions, which is the Southeast Asia, Indian subcontinent, Middle East. Though the freight would be less, the distance steaming time may be less, but it's a big chunk of cargo. So that's where there is some success. And if shippers have to work, and government also, because Prime Minister spoke about supply chain resilience, Prime Minister spoke about multimodal transport. If they have to work, I think we have to work on alternative means. Number one, we saw rail movement to Bangladesh extremely successful. It was container movement and it was normal wagon movement also, of course, designed for some automobiles. That has been successful. Similarly, I think I echo the sentiments which Captain Tiwari said. There is a big need of container ownership in India. There is a big need of investment in container ships in India. And like energy sector, the oil in particular, have been given a strategic status. Even our exports need to be given a strategic status. India wants to be a 5 trillion economy. And if we want to be a 5 trillion economy, it can't be possible without physical exports. We are relying heavily on export of services. It will be inadequate, and without robust logistics infrastructure, we won't do that. And the last point I would like to make here is the new infrastructure development we are doing is so-called multimodal. It is not multimodal. It is aggregation of segmented transport assembled together, presented as one and called multimodal. It is not seamless multimodal. There is a very strong case, not just in India, but all over the world to have a seamless multimodal infrastructure, which will decongest the cargo all over the world, including the places Captain referred or your report referred. I think their infrastructure is not really multimodal except in some cases of Europe. With this, I think I gave some opening remarks to you. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Shantanu. Now I request Suresh to give his comments.
Hello, good morning to all of you. And thank you, Ravi, and thank you, Maritime Gateway, for hosting this virtual conference. Hopefully, things should get better and we get back to normal life of having a physical in-person conference soon. Having said that, thank you for inviting us, inviting All Cargo, inviting me to be part of this panel. And I was listening with a lot of interest to your presentation in which you had painted the global picture. Captain Tiwari, thank you for your insights. Zishan, you kind of added to some of the points which Captain Tiwari said. And Shantanu, for being upfront and frank and telling the other side of the story. I think it takes all sides of the story to make a whole picture. And I think you rightly touched upon some of the understated facts which are there. What I would like to kind of submit as opening remarks are a few things. One is, having gotten into this kind of a position, what is it that we are learning from this so that we don't get into a similar situation in future if possible? There are unforeseen, unpredictable things, pandemic induced or pandemic triggered, which has got us all here. In spite of that, there are things in our control which we could have done, other things that we could have done differently, and if so, what they are. This is what I would like to kind of draw attention to. Shantanu, you talked about supply chain resilience, the need to have a multimodal view rather than getting too involved in one particular segment. How quickly can we do that? Some of the measures which have already been talked about, initiated, I think are all in the right direction. If we were to go back to how this entire situation unfolded, there's enough talked about, written about the situation that we are in, and it's sometimes referred to as a perfect storm for the shipping industry in which we all find ourselves. In this perfect storm, there are things which are trends which are getting accentuated, which are getting accelerated. So pre-pandemic, there were a set of trends which were clearly visible for the maritime industry, for the shipping container industry. During the pandemic, I think we have picked up learning lessons about the whole context, and now we are trying to kind of see how we can fashion the future. I just want to touch upon four of them and leave that as my opening remarks for us to take forward. One is about the infrastructure which is there, and when we talk about infrastructure, one is obviously the containers, the ports. And then when we talk about the utilization of ports and the kind of markets and the clusters of markets which are being created, I think there is a definite move in this direction. And I mean, I'm sure we are going to talk about how various strategies are being looked at. China plus one strategy. How are we looking at larger ports? How are we looking at larger ships to come in? How are we looking at faster evacuation? All those things, I think, the pandemic and the current situation that we are in is really nudging us to think a little more differently. The second thing would be about growth in containerization. I think this is kind of an inexorable march. If 80% of the world trade is around containers, there are different estimates which say that this could even become more in the coming years. Is there a role for multimodal transport to come in and kind of reduce the shipping dependence that we have? What are the things that we can do? Different countries are doing different things. In India, there are initiatives of the government which are forward looking, which we need to support and see how we can build on. Third one is about the focus on sustainability and the environment which comes in, which has been a trend always. I think even in 1819, if we were in this kind of a forum, we would have talked about it. Right now, also, we are talking about it. My take is this is going to get accelerated. And one of the possible causes for some of the shortages that we are facing at this point in time is also the phasing out of energy inefficient vessels in favor of energy efficient vessels coming in. I think that portends well. Similarly, the other steps which are happening in this direction. The fourth one would be about new technology, the battle for consumer. How do we ensure that we are able to provide the right solutions for customers? And I think this is where digital, AI, blockchain, all these things keep coming about. Pre-pandemic, were we talking about all these things? I think yes, we were definitely digital. Perhaps not AI, blockchain, and those kind of things as much as what we are doing today. But the road ahead is becoming very, very clear that these are things which will have a lasting impact on our industry. Along with that, obviously, the cybersecurity angle also comes into sharp focus. I was reading somewhere that in the last 5 years, almost 50% of the top 10 shipping lines have become victims of the ransomware attacks. And I think that tells us the kind of focus that we will have to start putting into this direction. Lastly, I think there's a point which Captain Deepak Tiwari and Shantanu made, which is about collaboration. Shipping lines, you're going through hell, is what you described. That's a nice place to be. Is sometimes what we feel. If that is hell, then we would also like to join you there. But then we have our roles. We have our roles differently, and I think there is a lot of scope for us to collaborate along with the government, along with policymakers, along with industry associations, and therefore platforms like what you have created today, Ravi, getting all of us together to talk about these things is perhaps the appropriate thing. And I feel collaboration amongst us and then the policymakers and the government, and we hear about Make in India, we hear about the Gati Shakti announcement, the importance to logistics. I think the trajectory is absolutely set right. And I look forward to all these things getting accelerated. So, in summary, there are things which are clear trends in our industry, pre-pandemic, during pandemic. What this phase is telling us is a lot of these things that we have been talking about now need to be accelerated, accentuated, given a push. Collaboration perhaps is the key to get out of this and serve our customers better.
Thank you, Suresh. In the latter part of discussion, I'll pick up a couple of things that you mentioned, China Plus One strategy and the digital solutions that are coming up. Back to Captain Tiwari. Sir, a lot of people seems to be jealous about you being in hell with loads of money. So I thought always heaven is preferred. Now hell is being preferred. Anyway, before I have questions started coming from the participants. In fact, I encourage most of them to post their questions in the chat box, because rather than me asking questions, your questions would make it more relevant. With that, sir, before moving on to a detailed discussion, now you have explained the scenario. So how do you get out of it? Is there a strategy? Putting more ships, or is it at one point of time we heard equipment shortage? Is it pumping in more containers? So for a layman point of view, I have to understand what could be the strategy that you are thinking, or you wait till the glut is ironed out on its own.
Mr. Ramprasad, this is a good question, and I would like to answer it in a very forthright manner. Nobody in the supply chain, the entire shipping and logistics industry, can put their head in the sand and behave like an ostrich. We can't do this, and we are not expected to do that because we are looked at as solution providers rather than just a transport chain or a supply chain. So, coming back, strategy, number one, the need for
I can't hear him.
I think there seems to be a poor audio connection here.
Yeah. He's stuck, I think. So, Jishan, can you fill in?
Yeah, let me give it a try. So I think what Captain Tiwari was also trying to say was that, and like us as shipping lines, our shipping providers are an important stakeholder in the entire transport chain. And, of course, we have to find solutions, and we have been finding solutions. Captain Tiwari, I think, is now back on. Maybe Captain Tiwari, you can continue from there.
Thank you.
I was trying to fit in, but then now you're back. So
Yeah. Please continue.
I do apologize. I'm sorry. What has happened is that the number of shipyards have gone from 514 to 278. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There are only 278 shipyards as on 2021. So number of shipyards have reduced. The lead time to build a ship has actually increased, which used to be a 9 months to 10 months period to give a delivery of a new ship, has now gone to about 14 to 15 months. Now that is a big challenge. In addition to that, there is a waiting period for your order to start the manufacturing. Means from the order to the time to start manufacturing of the ship or the building of the ship, there is a waiting period of 3 to 4 months. So this has increased the lead time for the new ships to come into the system. Similarly, over 4 million new container orders have been placed, means for the boxes. That too, the lead time has gone from 4 months to over 10 months. So effectively, the lead time for the new ships and the lead time for the boxes has gone up. We expect the boxes have already started coming in. The new boxes have already started coming in. So shipping lines have already started using them and putting them into service and inducting them into services. The new buildings will start coming into service from the first quarter. You'll see a large chunk of new buildings coming in during the first quarter of 2022, and through the year 2022-23, you'll find that new buildings will continue to come. So this is one of the solutions that shipping lines are looking at. The others are very immediate term solutions, or should I say very knee-jerk solutions. Skip a port, drop the cargo at another port which is not congested, and then feeder the cargo from that non-congested port to the congested port, etc., or find new routes to feeder the cargo through a non-congested port and then road bridge the containers or rail the containers to destinations at various countries. So all these solutions or immediate term solutions are actually in place today as we speak. So,
thank you, sir. Oh, sorry, please.
Yeah. So in addition to that, shipping line, India has been very fortunate. Our ports are not very congested. You see, I mean, we have not seen the kind of congestion that you see in outside in Europe and in the US. So when your slide talked about blank sailings, what has been happening is that because of the congestion, say at European ports or in US ports or in other ports, ships are arriving late. The berthing windows are very tight, and they are back to back in the ports of Nhava Sheva. That is all the terminals, 4 terminals in Nhava Sheva, 3, 4, 5 terminals in Nhava Sheva, the 3, 4 terminals in Mundra. What is happening is that the berths allocation or the window allocation for ships berthing is extremely tight. So when a ship is delayed, it has to wait for the next window, which means up to a week. Now, a shipping line cannot wait for a week. So what they do is they blank a sailing, say to Nhava Sheva, where the windows are extremely tight, drop the cargo in Mundra, and then at their own expense, transship the cargo from Mundra into the Nhava Sheva terminals. Or if there is a window available in Nhava Sheva, then do the same in Nhava Sheva and move the cargo into the other terminals of India. Now, this is a very unproductive, inefficient, highly very costly system of operation, but it is continuing. So as far as India is concerned, this is what the shipping lines are doing to give as much service to the clients as possible. Today, when you say shortage of containers is really not an issue, because empty containers can be positioned, although it's a cost and it takes time, but it can be positioned with proper planning. Empty containers can be put into the country. From Jan to August 21, the shipping lines together have put over 1.27 million containers empty into India to cater for the exports. So effectively, a solution was provided. What solution is currently a constraint is the space on board the ship. So what is being branded as container shortage, and everyone talks, oh, there is container shortage. Actually, container shortage is a solvable issue. You can solve it, but the space on board the ship is not something that you can solve. So these are some of the efforts that are the shipping lines are taking. In addition to that, my colleague on the panel, Mr. Suresh, very rightly put it that everybody is looking at the environment. Everybody is going green. Everybody wants to go green. This is sustainability because we want to build a world and we want to have a world for our children and for the future generations. So in that aspect, shipping has been considered as emitting greenhouse gases. Ships have been measured for how much of greenhouse gases they emit into the air. And what has happened is that globally, the greenhouse gas emissions are to be reduced to 0 by 2050. This is the mandate. IMO has set a goal to reduce the emissions by 50% from the level of 2008 to 2040. So that is the diktat by the IMO. Now, industry, like the 9 large multinationals, like the Walmarts and the Levers and the IKEAs of this world, and the Tetra Pak, the Tetra Lavels, etc. You see, they have decided that they will not use inefficient ships after they want zero emission effective from 2040. So these strictures on the shipping industry to correct it, to make it sustainable for the future, to make our planet clean, is going to cost an estimate of $4.8 trillion US. Okay. Now, what does that mean? It means that this money is likely to be spent over the next few decades to ensure that shipping goes green. And you touched upon, being in a happy place. I do not know whether it's going to be a happy place for the clients, because somebody will have to pay the bill to keep our planet clean. It will be shared between the shipping lines who are doing the emission and the clients who are using the services of this supply chain. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for a very elaborate explanation on the current scenario and how things are going to be handled, what shipping lines have done so far. Coming to Jishan, even Merckx also did some of these things, what Captain Tiwari mentioned, repositioning some 200,000 odd containers and bringing in now inflating about 600,000 new containers into the market. So what else is being done to ease the burden on your customers or facilitating the container?
So I think a lot already covered by Captain Tiwari in terms of what shipping lines are doing, and a couple of things I wanted to also mention around the demand side, and just to cover some of the statistics there, and it was there in your presentation in the beginning part of it, right? So the most important thing that we are doing is basically we are having regular conversations with our customers, and as we see, most of our customers have actually never seen this kind of a situation in their lives, this kind of a demand hike. So if you see 2018 was pretty much a 1 to 2%, 2018, 2019 was pretty much a 1 to 2% growth rate in their business. And a lot of the focus was around reducing cost, diversifying, etc. And then the pandemic, the Q2, for example, head haul demand has gone down by 12%. And then it's just shot up, right? And Q3 it was 3%, Q4 it was 8%, Q1 this year was 17%, and Q2 was even higher. So what we're trying to do is basically have these conversations on a regular basis with our customers and working with them to try to find solutions. And Captain Tiwari alluded to some. So pretty much every ship that is available today, whether it is a small ship, a big ship, a barge, is being deployed. And amongst the shipping lines, you would have also seen the rates at which some of these tonnage is getting chartered is record highs. But despite that, everything that is available to be deployed is being deployed. And then, finding solutions, whether it is around storage at origin, storage at destination, finding alternate ports, using rail where it's possible instead of a road. These are a lot of the small things that we're doing. But like as Captain Tiwari rightfully put it, I think the big solution is obviously to get the supply in line with the demand, bringing the ships back which were not being ordered over the past few years because of the decline in demand, and then obviously getting the containers that are needed, which of course a lot of shipping lines have ordered. As rightfully said by Captain Tiwari, there is a lead time to these things, and we will start seeing a lot more capacity coming in 22, 23. To be honest, it is also a bit of a gamble for us because we also are as much in the dark as shipping lines as to how the future demand will pan out. We also hear a lot of talk about near sourcing or regional growth. And these are big factors that might actually negatively impact shipping lines in the future, the more near sourcing that happens. However, at the moment, the need of the hour is to get the capacity. And that's pretty much what shipping lines are doing.
Thank you, Jishan. My next question is to Shantanu and Suresh. Shantanuji, we have been hearing this near sourcing for quite some time. And also since last couple of years, this China plus one strategy. So a lot of enterprises or countries will look at, they will not get away from China, but in addition to China, they will have another sourcing destination, which could be India. So what is your perception of things on the ground? How realistic are these things going to happen in the near future?
Well, people like to use jargon when they really don't have true answers. Recreating the manufacturing abilities comparable to China requires a lot of hard work, lot of planning, lot of commitment. Within that, even whatever opportunity was available, and I discussed with so many customers, and I discussed with our member who discussed with the customers. Within that also, we see that Bangladesh and Vietnam are becoming preferred. We have a long way to go over here. Again, coming to near sourcing, you can risk mitigate by certain steps. Unless you are a strong IKEA who can actually shift furniture manufacturing by themselves and they have the control on the selling price, it is very difficult. And secondly, I would also use the same example as Jishan gave in a very different manner, and I'm not commenting on what he said. Is like a beneficiary of high cost, you expect him to find solution to bring down the cost lower is utopian and unreasonable. But it is even more unreasonable to expect them to make risky investments when perhaps the cargo is going for near-shoring or some other forecasts are made about shrinkage of global trade. So expecting somebody to take risk to lower your cost doesn't happen. I think it is for the respective governments and our manufacturers to have a long-term strategy for supply chain resilience. And this I'm talking not just as a forwarder, but as a very key player in the supply chain network. We were discussing these issues in Council for Supply Chain Professionals 10 years back. What are the forces that are driving? And we started discussing not because of freight rate, but because of Fukushima episode, which had a big disruption in supply chains. It has nothing to do with China. It had nothing to do with high freight rate. A disaster in Fukushima caused so many problems. So I believe alternatives and options have to depend. When people go for a lazy choice of procurement, you suffer. People go for lazy choice of a customer, you suffer again. I think it has to be a lot more strategic and lot more planned amongst the people who are getting hurt by it to come together and talk with the governments for strengthening it if governments are interested. Expecting the beneficiaries to collaborate with you is just politically correct and utopian. It doesn't happen that way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Suresh.
No, I think a lot of good points covered between the three of my co-panelists. I would just like to put this in a framework in which I would like to look at it as what are things in my control, what are things in the control of partners with whom we work very closely, and what are things which we would expect support from facilitation by government, by the larger authorities. And if I were to go with this kind of a framework, within us as an organization, what are the things that we can do to tide over this crisis? One, we use our global presence. We are across 180 countries. Therefore, we try to coordinate both at the origin and destination on behalf of our customers. The deep relationships that we have with the major carriers over the many years, we try to leverage them for the benefit of our customers. Investments by our investments in digital, which gives faster turnaround, transparency, better visibility, access to customers is something that we have prioritized. And from a ocean side, I spoke from a land side. If you were to look at it from a CFS point of view, faster evacuation, even if it means lower dwell time, working closely with government and authorities, these are a set of things which are completely in our control. Working along with our partners, which are the shipping lines, and also, of course, the customers, helping them in their forecast, helping them with better visibility of what is required. I think that's another thing that we place emphasis on. And the last thing is working along with the government, with the policymakers as to how how can we kind of think strategically? The point which Shantanu was mentioning, saying that some of these things are not knee-jerk, and one needs to plan really ahead, and then stick to the plan irrespective of what happens. And there are some green shoots which one is starting to see about some of the work that we have done. There is so much more to be done. And then if you were to look at some sectors, specifically some of the identified sectors like white goods, electronics, where there's a lot of PLI linked schemes which have come in and people have started to leverage that, make use of that. But is everything moving away from China? Are we considered as a very, very serious alternative global manufacturing hub? I think while the trajectory and the intent is there is lots more that one needs to do. And if one were to just compare ourselves with some of our Southeast Asian neighbors and the work that they are doing, possibly there are some lessons for us to pick up. We are large. Are we punching according to our weight? Are we getting just our secular share, or are we getting more than what we can do? I think the answers are there for all of us to see, and I don't need to talk about it. But there are some of these smaller Southeast Asian countries which are really small, but are punching much above their weight. So, for example, we talked about Bangladesh earlier in this conversation, Vietnam, maybe even a Malaysia. I think these are all countries which are managing to punch above their weight. And there are lessons that we can pick up from them as we build our journey for the future. So what I would like to say is there are obviously things in our control to which we are kind of focusing. Wherever we can partner with shipping lines, with our customers, we are doing that. Wherever we need to do our own investments, we are scaling it up. How we can influence and enlist the support of the government or whatever the government has already announced, how do we kind of work on them better? These are things that we are focused on. So that's what I feel are the things at play at this point in time.
Thank you, Suresh. Next, we move on to Captain Tiwari. What has this pandemic, the disruption in global supply chain has taught us? Means, will there be a paradigm shift in the way supply chain happen? We keep reading that the major manufacturers and distributors are looking at chartering vessels or owning vessels, or even companies like IKEA looking at procuring containers because of the equipment shortage. So this is a phenomena that because of the logistics disruption, this thinking has come into the major manufacturers and distributors. So is this a temporary phenomenon, or it will definitely create a shift?
Well, trade has to move, and trade will continue to move. If there is a bottleneck, it's like water or liquid that finds a way around it. And that is exactly what is happening. But this is a knee-jerk reaction. It's not, it's just for immediate succor, or should I say, alleviation of problems. And it is not a long-term planned solution. Nobody, including Walmart or the larger forwarders like, say, Kuehne Nagel or a few others who have chartered ships, and maybe a few others have converted their cargo to break bulk, and then will probably convert it back to containers when the when time is right. These are short-term measures. They're not long-term, strategic, planned measures. What the future, and this I'm talking of beyond 2023, because we're going to be in this situation till probably the beginning of 23, maybe middle of 23. And then after that, global trade will come back to normal. Means the spike that you have seen in global trade, which is more than doubled than its previous growth of, say, 2% to 3% year on year, right? Which has now gone to nearly 7% year on year. So that will ease off and come back to, say, to between the range of 3% to 4%. So that means in the future, what people will be planning for, what the supply chain solution providers will be planning for, is to keep a watch and maybe at a cost, keep capacity for a spike. The spike that took place in the latter half of 2020, as we are going through 21, and maybe for part of 2022, this will be a lesson to people that when things normalize, continue to look at how you're going to deal with disruption and how you're going to deal with spikes. And this is going to be an item in their risk management, not only for the exporters and importers, but for the entire logistics and shipping industry. Because here what happened was that the surplus capacity that was available globally, as well as the surplus capacity that was available in the services provided by shipping lines to the Indian exporters and importers, as far as India was concerned, there was a surplus of around 12%. That 12% got totally filled up because the growth was more than 24%, 28%. So this is the kind of risk that people are going to be looking at in the future, because this disruption is not going to be the first or not going to be the last disruption that we're going to have. I'm sorry, I don't want to be a doomsday, fortune teller, but what I'm saying is that we have to look at it pragmatically and we have to plan for the future. And keeping us extra capacity, a healthy extra capacity within your supply chain in terms of transit times, in terms of warehousing space, in terms of your vendor management, in terms of how much trucking capacity you have and rail capacity you have. These are things that people are going to take a lesson from and use it for their risk management in the future. This is my view.
Any more thoughts to add to that?
Ramprasad, if I can. So I think, one of the things that, with the pandemic, I think, the role of logistics and supply chain in any organization, in any manufacturer, exporters or importers organization, I think that has become more and more critical and strategic. And more organizations are actually looking at these things, looking at who they actually contract with, whereas earlier it was a lot of lowest price, let's deal with whoever comes through the door, to now really choosing and being careful about, who are our, strategic partners, who are our long-term, suppliers, who can we trust. And I think that is something that is here to stay in all exporters and importers. We're going to see that more and more as we come out of this pandemic, that there will be, especially the players who have actually been with their customers through this period, who have served them through these ups and downs, will see more and more business coming through to them. On the second point that you asked specifically around, shippers chartering ships, I think it's more newsworthy than actual impact. If you actually put all those ships together and how much has been chartered, etc., and add it up, it will not count to too much. So of course it is a newsworthy article rather than actual capacity being added to solve the problem. And one of the things that that we like to also mention is that a lot of this is demand driven from the customer side. So when, for example, an IKEA or a Walmart is doing this, they're also exhausting the contracts that they've actually signed with the regular providers, and their demand is still over and above that. So it is also demand driven, not only supply driven. As Maersk, we have stuck to pretty much every contract that we have signed in terms of giving space, to our customers, and despite that, the demand actually, and I'm pretty sure all the shipping lines have done the same. And despite that, when you still have more to sell, that's when these steps are taken. So we, like Captain Tiwari also mentioned, we don't see this as a long-term phenomenon unless the demand remains the way it is remaining in the coming days.
Shantanu.
Well, yes, I would endorse what both Captain Tiwari and Jishan said. Most line honored their existing contracts, but that time the customers and forwarders were greedy that spot rates are better than contractual rates and obligations. So I think you benefit sometimes, you lose sometimes, and can't expect that both things should work your way. And again, I would say this is all culmination of what was expected, anticipated, and then it becomes acute at one point of time. Like we had expected supply chain problems. We had expected, like, see, you can't continuously have a tightrope walk and expect that nothing happens. Like you can say that somebody is good at tightrope walk, but he didn't predict a storm, or he didn't predict movement because of the resonance of the wire, because of the steps he's taking. This is bound to happen when you have a tightrope walk. I'll go for a 10-year-old story where a big German diesel engine manufacturer, who is also manufacturer of equipment, has a plant in Japan, and they were trying to do some intermediate manufacturing in India. So I checked with them about just in time. So for their stock between Japan and Germany, they maintain 1 month stock as a buffer. So within those two factories, they don't do just in time. Somehow we had that time a bad period with customers. They were insisting on just in time for us. And I give this example every time that you need to have some resilience put. You need a buffer, you need a plan B, and no matter you have to pay cost for it. It is like an insurance policy. You can't say that I have wasted my premium by taking insurance. You have to have a plan B, a buffer, and invest in risk mitigation, just as you invest in security and all such mitigation issues. So I believe people will get wiser and look for better options and risk mitigation in future. I think that's where probably collaboration amongst all stakeholders will work. A collaboration where will not work, where one beneficiary has to cut in its profits and yields and other has to gain from it. It won't work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Suresh ji.
No, fully with what Shantanu, Zishan and Captain Tiwari had said. Excess capacity, the idea of having some kind of a buffer and not doing this tightrope walk and expecting things to be well always. And investing a little ahead of the curve and understanding that all of us, as much as we would like to collaborate, each one of us have our stakeholders to manage. And therefore, to find that common space where we can come together is critical. So that's what is the learning out of the past few quarters.
Thank you, Suresh. Now my next question to all the panelists is, over a period of time, we have seen this phenomenon that terminals and carriers are looking forward to give end-to-end solutions to customer, whether it is finance, ERP, tracking, custom software, enabling end-to-end logistics. And in fact, shipping lines are looking at to get away with freight forwarding also. I mean, the logic seems to be dealing with the at least large customers. So I want to understand both from the carriers and the freight forwarding community, what is the scenario? Where is this heading to? There is nothing wrong with the business strategy. We are trying to understand what will be the futuristic scenario. Starting from Tiwari, sir.
I think, Mr. Ramprasad, this question should start from probably Suresh and Shantanu. Shantanu, in fact, should be the one who should lead this question.
Okay.
And I will be the last to speak on this one.
Agreed. Shantanu.
If you permit. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Captain knows that I like to take unpopular positions and I like to take uncomfortable questions. So thanks, Captain. Well, there has been a lot of discussion all over the world in our industry to fight, to go to regulators, do something. And I have been always saying the only solution that anybody has for disintermediation and your role, nobody is here, not even government is here to protect your livelihood, to protect your role. If our competitors can take over, there is a convergence in logistics and people will take over your role, and this we should take very professionally and not be emotional about it. But I will also tell you the earliest article I have read about disintermediation and demise of freight forwarder and logistics stakeholders, though these terms are not used, was 150 years back. Europe had published, and over the period we have seen not only the role of the freight forwarder, custom broker, logistics service providers have increased, they have increased significantly to a level that was never imagined. So I believe it is up to all of us to become more relevant to the customer, be innovative, be ahead of the curve, and fend our turf. Expecting somebody else to come and protect you. Even governments don't protect you. Even they say Mother Nature is a big, and even the God doesn't. There is a good Sanskrit subhashit. Even the God doesn't protect the weak. I think the scapegoat is always of a goat, not of a lion. So I believe it's our choice that we have to become lions and we have to become stronger. We have to collaborate amongst ourselves first, if at all we can, and then with other stakeholders and take a strong position. And I'm sure lines will like to venture into our area. The ports and terminals are wanting to do that. One of the areas where most of us are considering to exit, we see global players, the couriers, not just shipping lines, couriers are doing it even stronger than shipping lines. They are wanting to be custom broker when we find it to be an unviable activity. But yes, it's a door opener. So I'm happy people doing it. People learn their lessons over time, and the competent people will survive and grow. The weak and those who don't want to change will perish. So I'm perfectly happy. It has happened in the past. It has happened in distant past, and it will happen in future. Thank you.
But I would like you to clarify on what do you mean by remaining competitive when somebody is offering an end-to-end services?
Well, I gave you an example. A lot of forwarders who were originally freight brokers or different background actually. Why should I give one background? Bought their own containers, did contracts with the feeder carriers, and they enriched during this period and deservingly enriched. So they found one solution. People are finding digital solutions, but let me warn everybody, when everybody comes out with a digital solution, it gets commoditized, it gets undifferentiated. And it's like web-based track and trace, what people used to solve. It's a very undifferentiated, low-end service now, for which nobody will consider it as a differentiation, let alone be willing to pay for it. I believe the next revolution in collaboration with the customer will come in ability of planning what customer is expected to do. And this I'm talking about with respect to the personal interactions I had with the Indians and foreign companies who are very strong in logistics. They are very bold in admitting that if at all there is one area we want freight forwarder, custom brokers, lines, anyone to collaborate, is to work with us in planning. And actually supply chain starts with demand planning. So anybody who plays a significant role, I think, will steal the show. And that's where I would say we need to be relevant to a customer and operate in that manner and not really look for tomorrow's profit, next quarter profit like a daily wage worker. It has a lot to do with study, lot to do with innovation and strategic thinking. And I'm very certain competitive forces will prevail. Even in cronism, there is competition. So we see a lot of cronism all over the world of different kind, and even big tech. There also there is a competition. So yes, there will be a stage where stronger player will try to take everything, because today no longer player are looking the dominant market position. Today the approach of strong players is, this is my market and the entire thing is mine. This is the I think the philosophy of strong players. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantanu-ji. Who's next?
I could go next, and before Zishan and Captain Tiwari picks it up. I think excellent points from Shantanu with regard to the march of technology, convergence, and then how there are certain things which one cannot fight against or try to swim against the tide. And there are enough examples in history, enough examples across sectors. I just want to kind of take one example which is often quoted about Kodak. If Kodak did not kind of reinvent itself and was cribbing or crying when Nokia came in, and then Nokia's cheese was moved by Google and Apple coming in, this is march of technology. And one can't kind of blame the external forces, rather look internally and see what did we miss doing and why did we not read the market the way in which somebody else had read. And I think the same applies to our industry also. And in terms of, there will be convergence, there will be shipping lines who would want to get into other areas. There will be digital players who will want to get into brick and mortar side of the business. So I think one should welcome this. One should see this as an opportunity to kind of understand customers better and then deliver what they really want, and then try to embed ourselves into the mind of the customers and truly provide value. Some of the things that we have attempted to do at All Cargo would be to not look at ourselves, say, for example, in India, not look at ourselves only as CFS solution providers to our customers. I think we have kind of now looked at moving into 3PL, warehousing, logistics. We have looked at getting into transportation. Apart from having the NVOCC, FCL, LCL, and therefore offering a complete suite of services for our customers. Is this easy for us to do? Not really easy. It's difficult because we have to compete with different sets of other companies in each of the spaces that we have defined. But then if you're able to go back to the customer and present one integrated face and then layer it with digital and things which are of the future, we are starting to see traction in this. So march of technology, I think we should welcome it and ride. And I'm sure that in terms of ensuring that there will be fair play, Shantanu mentioned about this cronyism and things like that. And I'm sure that is also part of the game. To be trying to always crib about level playing field, and this is not happening, and expecting the regulators to come in and do what we are not capable of doing. I think it's like trying to ask for too much. So each for himself with a focus on customers is what I would kind of say. In that there is space for people who are innovative, who can reinvent and then kind of continue to remain relevant. So that's what I would like to kind of say to this topic. It is something that is going to be talked about. I'm sure that in future conferences, we are going to look at organizations which have managed to kind of bridge these kind of things and remain successful. And there will be other stories too. So looking forward to that.
Thank you, Suresh. Jishan?
Yeah. So I think really good points covered by Mr. Shantanu, also Mr. Suresh. I think, really very, very relevant, in terms of, where the tide is going and going with the tide and working with it. I think from my perspective, I think firstly, competition is always good, and it always brings out the best, solution for the customer. And we've seen this in many, many industries, where there have been inefficiencies or where there are challenges. Then yes, there are people both from within the industry and also from outside the industry who've come in and tried to solve it. And in most cases, it has actually led to a better outcome for the customers, for the end customer. In shipping and logistics in this space, then of course there are many, many problems, and we've discussed so many of them in the first half of this webinar. And that's pretty much what everyone is trying to solve. I think the most important thing and will be, the focus on customers and, working with them to find solutions. And of course, solutions will be in different shapes and forms because, of course, not every supply chain is the same. Not every customer's needs are the same. And not everyone can meet each and every need of every customer. So I think I think it's a very welcome situation because, of course, there are more, there's technology, there's, external industry experiences out, coming in and trying to solve the problems that are existing in today's supply chains. And the end outcome of this will definitely be much better customer experience, much better supply chain resilience for customers.
Captain.
Thank you. And Shantanu, Suresh, Zishan, I think you've really hit the nail on the head with the points that you have made. They're very, very valid. And as far as I'm concerned, I welcome competition. Not only does it keep me lean and mean, it keeps the customer lean and mean, and it keeps the industry lean and mean. By that, whether it is technological advancement, whether it is digitalization in any form or the other, to simplify process, transparency, right? And main thing is, who is going to be your client? We have seen in the shipping industry, I'll give you examples of the shipping industry. There were a number of articles written during the course of time between 2008 and 2019, which said that there is going to be amalgamation. Yes, there was amalgamation. The shipping lines are going to go bankrupt. Probably one or two went bankrupt. Did the smaller shipping lines go bankrupt? No. It was the big guys, the big fellows in the top 10 who went bankrupt. So, I mean, the issue is, will the large eat the small in this world? It may be in the animal kingdom, where there is a food chain. But in our context, that does not apply. The small will continue to remain relevant because they are working with niche markets, they are working with niche customers. The medium size will continue to be in the market. The large will continue to be in the market. So each one will have their own customer base and will continue to survive. The question is, it is going to mean that everybody in this entire gamut, when more competition comes in, will move to be leaner, quicker, more efficient, more productive, more price sensitive. So with that, I'd like to just close my comments here.
Thank you, Captain. Now, taking this conversation forward, we spoke about digital technology, digital transformation. Shantanu mentioned about digital platforms being too many crowded places. It doesn't serve the purpose. So for a customer, both from the carrier side and from the freight forwarding or a logistics service provider side, for customer, what is the digital experience that is being offered and what is that customer can expect in future?
May I start this?
Can I make
actually,
a small
Shantanu,
correction, Mr. Ramprasad, make a small correction. See,
yes.
What I meant is it will be disruptive. Digital technologies will be disruptive. What I tried to say, as a competitive advantage, it will be commoditized.
I understand.
Because
if there is no USP,
will come out with digital solutions.
USP.
It will be disruptive, but not a big competitive advantage. So maybe then I give floor to Captain Tiwari.
No, in fact, Shantanu wanted to leave by 12:30. If I am right, then you can take the question first, sir.
Yeah.
So what is the customer can expect? What are the changes that are coming in on digital technology?
Well, if blockchain is successful, we won't need banks to transfer money. Dubai, the UAE government also made it clear, and people are discussing. We won't need audits also if blockchain is clear, because what auditors do is already done. Then you have intelligent programs to check your accounts, and fraud detection programs also have been written, and a lot of people run them, and we have seen they work better than human. And let me tell you, the penetration is so high. While I was president of Maharashtra Chamber, I was in a place called Kopargaon, which is a taluka level, means tehsil level place in Maharashtra, next to Shirdi. People know Shirdi better. So they had see, Maharashtra economy is driven by not the big banks, not by the cooperative banks, but what is known as cooperative credit societies. There are 78,000 cooperative credit societies. Now, I'm talking 5 years back, many of them had assimilated digital technology. At least 4 or 5 of them had online real-time fraud detection software. And they had human and machine interface for monitoring the alerts and then giving override on real-time basis. So I wouldn't say that only the big have assimilated the technology. In fact, I would say digital technologies would help small to punch above their weight, and parallel solutions can be given by them, because whether you develop in-house or you outsource it or you buy or you develop collaboratively for a customer, the outcome is same. I am sure it will be disruptive. It will change everything. Lot more than the pandemic. In fact, work from home is a solution of the digital technology. Pandemic accelerated it. But I already had 3 people working from home like the way we do. Today I have 350 people working from home. There is a difference in number of people which got accelerated. And that transition will only increase, and the point in case is the webinar and the programs you as an event organizer are doing. Whether we will have physical events in future, we will have physical events in future. But the virtual events will not be done away with, and we will have hybrid events also happening. I would see the same thing happening across the sector, like is happening in media. Media is transforming, so this will transform. So I believe it is for each one of us to see how we can use this technology to differentiate rather than technology differentiating my service offering. I think this is a small point I wanted to make. Thank you. And I will leave when I have to quit without telling, so that I don't disturb the audience and conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantanu-ji. Look forward to. I would like to invite Suresh next, because he also has a commitment to vote.
So thank you. On digital, what are we doing on behalf of customers? I think building on what Shantanu said, and then what we talked about earlier, march of technology, expectations. At some point in time, some of the things that we are talking about as innovations now could end up being hygiene factors. That's what perhaps Shantanu alluded to earlier when he said that there is the risk of some of these things getting commoditized, and I fully agree with you. And then how do we kind of do new things which kind of integrate? An interesting example of rural Maharashtra assimilating digital technology perhaps a little earlier than what one would have anticipated. And then there is now the enormous amount of access anyone has to technology, and with a lot of startups coming in. How do we integrate digital thinking into our ways of working? As an organization, I think we have had a sharp focus on that, and the EQ360 platform that we have for our customers, and the kind of participation that we see steadily increasing, with now majority of our transactions happening digitally. And during the pandemic, it is something which became a differentiator, because it helped in faster turnaround time. It gave transparency to customers. It gave visibility to customers about things that they really wanted to know. And even when we look at our other portions of our business, be it the CFS business or the contract logistics business, there is so much of technology which comes in, and there is never a day that goes by in which somebody is not pinging you saying that we are a startup and this is a solution that we have. Are you interested to look at it? And then you have a conversation with them. You understand that the world is rapidly moving ahead, and if you are able to marry that rapid progress that we are seeing and kind of convert them into solutions for customers and then make it beneficial, I think that's where the sweet spot is. And like blockchain, any of these things which can come in will override some of the existing practices and processes. The earlier we adopt them in a smarter manner, keeping an eye absolutely on remaining cyber secure, that's also something which is very important in this march of technology. I think there is a lot of work to be done, and then we have initiated this, and then this is an area where we see collaboration possibilities are immense.
Thank you, Suresh. Jishan next, so that I can give the last word to Deepak.
Okay. I think very good points made by both Mr. Shantanu and Mr. Suresh. I think, one thing that, we can mention is that when we look at digital, then most of us are in the B2B space, and in the B2B space has actually moved a lot slower when it comes to adopting digital than the B2C community. So, for example, what each of us experience on a day-to-day basis, whether you are ordering food or whether you are booking an airline, you actually don't get those experiences in the same way in actually operating in your offices, right, and dealing with your suppliers. And more, I think there is a expectation that from everyone, from customers, from individuals, that I should actually get the same B2C experience that I get when I actually interact with service providers when I actually do B2B. And that's exactly what is driving the demand for digital, digital solutions. Give it, whether it is on the mobile or one touch, etc. And this is here to continue. It is also the right move. And as B2B providers, we also have the benefit, of learning from some of the early adopters in the B2C space, who actually build these kind of platforms like the Amazons or the Zomatos, who actually done these things, at scale, and have built these solutions. So what, as a customer, you can expect is more and more from B2B providers what you're getting from B2C, if I had to put it like that. And like Mr. Shantanu also put it, a lot of these are actually hygiene. I think something that, we used to, for example, say, okay, I give you full tracking. Today, if you order a pizza from Zomato, you actually get tracking, and you don't have to pay for it. So that's basically where we are going. And that's what I think what he meant by commoditization as well. So as a customer, you can expect more and more better solutions. You can expect better insights, better data quality, better collaboration within the ecosystem, so that things are connected and data flows between different channels better. And that will add to your efficiency in terms of, in terms of knowing where your cargo is, in terms of, planning better, in terms of doing better forecasting, in terms of meeting your customers' needs better. That's what I would say is where we are going.
Thank you, Jishan. Captain Tiwari.
Yeah, thank you very much. And this has been a learning curve for me as far as digitization is concerned, and thanks to my colleagues on the panel. As far as I'm concerned, and as far as the shipping lines are concerned, what are we trying to achieve? We are trying to achieve ordering a dosa. I don't want to use the word pizza. We're an Italian company. So I'll use the word dosa. Ordering a dosa, actually doing your shipments would be as easy as actually ordering a dosa and having it delivered to your doorstep. This is the type of digitization that the shipping industry is moving towards. But the difference is that the dosa comes from a perimeter of say 10 to 20 kilometers. Here we're talking about thousands and thousands of kilometers and cross-border issues. So we're looking at government transaction, intergovernment transaction, government authorities transactions to be actually brought in on a platform that can digitize that to give this experience to our respective exporters and importers. And this is where the digitization of the shipping lines is actually working towards. Whether through blockchain or whether through a similar codified, securitized platform is something that each line or each organization will choose. But at the end of the day, it will bring not only the commercial aspects onto the platform, digitization will bring the governments onto the same platform, will bring customs onto the same platform. And it's all moving in that direction. Not only the customs, I'm just using one authority, we've got 10 other authorities at a port where the clearances are probably given. It's like immigration, the health and various port clearances and the works. So at the end of the day, digitization will only make things simpler, will cut down procedure, and will create an experience for the customer which is already there to experience for the local delivery systems. And digitization has been, the impetus for digitization has actually been given by the COVID issue. This is what we have learned. And this is what everybody is working towards. That from your home or from your comfort zone, you can actually export your goods. And every vendor that you have in the system or every person you have in the system does their job. But your experience is digitized. So I'm not talking about manual, vis-a-vis automatic. I'm talking about digitization. So the experience of digitization should be the maximum. And that is what shipping lines are actually working for. And you will see it, that over the coming years, one year or so, you will see that majority of the shipping lines will actually move to this digitization.
So, Captain, which means that you need to bring a lot of business partners across the value chain to bring on board. So, is that happening?
Yes, there is a council for digitization, which has already been working for the last little over 2 years now. And this council is an international council. The shipping lines are on board, and they have brought on board various ports. They have brought on board the customs authorities. They have brought on board various governments. Like the EU, for instance, is actively coming on board. US is actively coming on board. Canada is actively coming on board. And we're trying to see if we can do the same for India, either through the National Logistics Portal or through a port community portal, or in some form or the other. I'll give you a small example of the electronic bills of lading. Electronic bills of lading are already we're already doing it. To the extent that, my shipping company, per week, we do over 1,000 electronic bills of lading per week. And what does it do? It gives the customer a true experience of not only his documentation with the shipping line, but the document as it is, moves through the banking channel, moves to the consignee, and from the consignee moves back to the shipping line's agent at the destination. And how much time does it take? Hours, which normally used to take up to 3 weeks. And we've done electronic bills of lading with South America, right? And it's done within 24 hours, despite the time difference between South America and India. It's just that the Indian banks have not come on board for some reason. The foreign banks are coming on board, but the Indian banks have to be pushed. The Indian Banking Association has to be pushed to actually accept electronic bills of lading and transact the letter of credits through the electronic bills of lading system. They have the systems in place, but they are hesitant to actually come on board. But the moment that is done, and we are working on this with the government, the moment that is done, you'll find that instead of say 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 bills of lading, electronic bills of lading being issued in a week, it will go to 50,000 to 100,000 bills of lading in a week. That is the kind of experience that we want our exporters and importers to actually go through. It cuts procedure, it cuts time, it improves efficiency, and audit trail is there for you to see. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is something that facilitate the trade in the best manner possible, because when you look around, most of the customer experience has already, whether it is food, hotel, travel, everything moved on to complete digital environment. Now when the freight also, the cargo also moves on to that, then even individual customers with 1 or 2 containers or whatever it is, it will be very good experience for them to deal with directly through digital platforms. Wonderful. Shantanu and Suresh left since they have something, but before concluding, I have 3-4 questions from the audience, and luckily these are all related to shipping lines as well as container movement. So any of you can answer these. One question from Deepak Raut is, now the shipping lines are only accepting spot bookings for exports. When this is becoming expensive, when can we expect normal bookings?
Zishan, you want to go take that, or should I take it?
Maybe I'll give it a try. And actually, it's a little confusing question because the question says only accepting spot and normal. I think shipping lines, as we speak, are carrying both contractual or what we call long-term business as well as spot business both, and so they are accepting. The real problem, of course, sometimes is that the demand, like we discussed in the earlier part of the webinar, is actually beyond the supply, and it also leading to the space on the ships being limited. So I don't think there is any formula here. I think both types of, whether it is short term or long term contracts, are being serviced as we speak, and will continue to be speak. But however, the individual trade-wise or week-wise variances might be there because simply of the fact that sometimes there might be no place on the ship.
I will just supplement. I will just supplement what Zishan is saying. Shipping lines are working on contracts, and even today they are signing contracts. The issue comes that an exporter wants to sign a contract with rates that were prevalent in 2019, not realizing that the rates in 2021 and what is going to happen in 2022 and widely different to what was happening in 2019. So that is the only, should I say, brick wall that does not allow the contract to be signed. Otherwise, shipping lines would prefer that at least 80% to 90% of their ship is full with contractual cargo on a regular basis. Spot cargo and managing spot cargo is difficult for a shipping line, because to retain space and say no to contractual cargo to take spot cargo, number one is a lot of effort, planning, and there is a chance of the booking being a ghost booking and actually not materializing, and your ship space goes empty. Whereas with contractual customers, they have regular volumes and their volumes are quantified and they come on a weekly or fortnightly or a monthly basis. So shipping lines would prefer to move from spot to contract as much as possible. Now, the situation that is prevailing today is that the contract rates are far lower than spot rates. This is the situation. What earlier in 2019, the contract rates and spot rates, the differential was very, very low. But today, the differential is extremely high and it could be even double the freight rate. So, if there is a customer, even if he's got less volume, right? If they work on a contract basis, shipping lines will definitely look at working more on contract, because there it is planned and the cargo is there. On spot, it is open. Today you may get spot, tomorrow you may not get. This is the issue.
Thank you, sir. Two more questions. Raghu.
I hope I've answered.
Yes,
I hope I've answered the question.
Yeah, in detail. Now, in the current scenario, is there a chance for domestic container leasing players to get more active?
Domestic containers, leasing.
Container leasing.
Yeah, but that will be used within India, or are we talking about cross-border? I did not understand that. See, if we have domestic movement of cargo in containers, is actually increasing. Means containerization of domestic cargo is actually increasing. Concor has actually been spearheading this for a number of years now. And other than Concor, there are a number of players, domestic players, who actually do domestic transportation in containers. And these containers are of all sizes and need not be of the ISO standards for international trade. So it can be actually containers suited to a particular commodity, to a particular customer. So yes, there is a big space for that.
Thank you. Kumud Gupta wants to know, now JNPT consistently losing volumes year on year. So what would be the scenario a few years down the lane?
Well, the JNPT has already put out, has started their process and invited expressions of interest, and have started the process of tendering the JNP container terminal. So it will be privatized, and we expect the productivity to improve. See, it's a question of the terminal being, the choice of terminal by the shipping line depends on the draft, the productivity, and turnaround of the vessel. So, I mean, JNPT has the draft. It's a question of productivity, and once productivity is met, that terminal will do well. It'll get more customers, because there are a lot of customers who are on the sidelines waiting for a berth in Nhava Sheva.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have for the panel discussion. Thank you very much for joining the first session of 8th edition of Containers India. Captain Deepak Tiwari, with all your experience and insights, a lot of insights you have provided in some of the challenges that the trade is going through and some of the futuristic trends that would be coming in. And Jishan as well gave insights into the customer experience. And Shantanu and Suresh provided their insights as service providers. I hope this session is interesting for our participants who have logged in for this. So I would like to end this panel discussion by thanking all my panelists and participants. We will reconnect again at 2 o'clock. Though this is a virtual session, the lunch break has to be provided. The only constraint is I cannot offer lunch to being a host. I cannot offer lunch to the participants or panelists. So I look forward to all the participants to reconnect again at 2 o'clock. We have another interesting discussion with another set of experts coming in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Namaste. Over to organizers.
Thank you very much.
You may have noticed that we all love to be together. 'Cause when we live together, give together, when we trade, believe and explore together, we all achieve so much more together. Because together, we've made economies grow, supply chains flow. Not just plane, crane, train, ship and road, but by data, blockchain, chip and code.
With our customers across the globe,
making trade more simple, digital, visible, trackable,
traceable, flexible, end-to-endable, and
dependable. 'Cause that's always been part of our DNA. Like, think of tomorrow, do it today. And if it's worth doing,
do it all the way.
If you take a superficial glance at the sea, it all looks the same. On the open sea, you can lose your way. This is why you need to know it well, drop by drop. But when the sea is your genuine passion, you can identify a great route. A route showing you the way. A route taken by our people for years, every day. A route that spans the oceans, roads, and railways of the world. A route that starts from our offices, goes through your offices, and arrives to the hands of consumers. Connecting people and continents. MSC, moving the world together.
From the outset, humans have journeyed through nature, on land and sea, the transition from one to the other. Loading, unloading, embarkment, disembarkment. Today, port activity is taking on a new dimension. No longer a port, but a smart corridor. 300 kilometers of fluid traffic, a dynamic artery at the heart of trade, a network of limitless connections from sea to land to sky. It is a path to Europe and to the rest of the world. A single point of contact for customized services to all containers and to all sectors. Here, fresh waters host the longest ships, while the deep seas host the largest ones. An agile interface lets you manage everything, simply and peacefully. A passage to the future, innovative, bold, and integrated within its environment.
The way the global world is revolving around and ahead of us shapes us, transforms us, and leads us to ask the only possible question: is there a better way to be a leader in the maritime and logistics business? Yes, we believe there is a better way to be who we are. CMA CGM. Yes, there is a better way to innovation in global trade. There is a better way to smart routes, to economic exchanges. There is a better way to create integrated solutions, to move things around the world, to cross the seas. There is a better way to be sustainable, to keep growing. There is a better way to cultivate happier communities, people and cultures. There is a better way to work together. There is a better way to imagine the world ahead of us. And we believe it's in our culture. CMA CGM, a new journey begins. Better ways.
Today, Container Corporation of India is at the cusp of becoming a true multimodal logistics solution provider. We started our journey from ICD operator, and we are very proud to be the true multimodal logistics solution provider.
We bring you the power of growth. We bring you end-to-end solutions for timely deliveries. We bring you unmatched coverage. We bring you the joy of spreading happiness. We are Gati KWE, India's premier express logistics solutions provider. We offer an extensive reach to every corner of the country with our nationwide network, delivering what our customers across various sectors need for the past 30 years. Our journey began with express distribution, transporting any cargo anywhere with speed, safety, and timeliness. Supply chain management and third-party logistics with end-to-end solutions for your precious cargo. E-commerce logistics that deliver growth for your business. Air freight services bolstered by infrastructure and tie-ups for urgent deliveries within 24 to 48 hours. Special services customized for bikers, students, art enthusiasts, and many others. We bring the best to your business. 600 operating centers, 24/7 call center assistance, more than 5,000 trucks on road, a fleet size of 1,500 vehicles only for e-commerce, and a team of dedicated professionals. We are Gati KWE, your preferred logistics partner. As an all-cargo company, we combine strengths with the world's LCL leader and India's largest integrated logistics company. We have enabled ourselves to offer additional services and reach out to customers in 180 countries. We continue to move ahead with our network, a network committed to business and society, a network that has won many accolades, a network made of smiles, a network that assures safe, seamless and swift deliveries across India, on time, every time. So stride ahead and make your business go places with Gati KWE.
We have a great passion for the sea. And as a family company, we know there is no passion without caring, without responsibility and commitment. The sea we care for is the source of life for everyone. It's at the heart of our activities and of those of our customers. All over the world, our business is part of people's daily lives. To protect this critical resource, we took important steps. Huge. Like the new ultra-large container ships, part of our modern green fleet. Because bigger ships have a lower carbon footprint per container carried per design. And we are 100% committed to the UN IMO goals to decarbonize shipping. We're actively exploring a range of alternative fuels and propulsion technologies. And we support the proposal to the IMO to create a global greenhouse gas reduction fund for shipping. To protect and preserve the blue planet and its most vulnerable communities, we also created the non-profit MSC Foundation. As a family company, we pass down to our children our values and passion. We teach them to care by our example. Because passion is not just a feeling, it translates into tangible actions to preserve our planet and its oceans for generations to come. MSC, moving the world together.
From the outset, humans have journeyed through nature, on land and sea, the transition from one to the other. Loading, unloading, embarkment, disembarkment. Today, port activity is taking on a new dimension. No longer a port, but a smart corridor. 300 kilometers of fluid traffic, a dynamic artery at the heart of trade, a network of limitless connections from sea to land to sky. It is a path to Europe and to the rest of the world. A single point of contact for customized services to all containers and to all sectors. Here, fresh waters host the longest ships, while the deep seas host the largest ones. An agile interface lets you manage everything, simply and peacefully. A passage to the future, innovative, bold, and integrated within its environment.
The way the global world is revolving around and ahead of us shapes us, transforms us, and leads us to ask the only possible question. Is there a better way to be a leader in the maritime and logistics business? Yes, we believe there is a better way to be who we are. CMA CGM. Yes, there is a better way to innovation in global trade. There is a better way to smart routes, to economic exchanges. There is a better way to create integrated solutions, to move things around the world, to cross the seas. There is a better way to be sustainable, to keep growing. There is a better way to cultivate happier communities, people and cultures. There is a better way to work together. There is a better way to imagine the world ahead of us. And we believe it's in our culture. CMA CGM. A new journey begins. Better ways.
Container Corporation of India is at the cusp of becoming a true multimodal logistics solution provider. We started our journey from ICD operator, and we are very proud to be the true multimodal logistics solution provider.
You may have noticed that we all love to be together. 'Cause when we live together, give together, when we trade, believe and explore together, we all achieve so much more together. Because together, we've made economies grow, supply chains flow. Not just plane, crane, train, ship and road, but by data, blockchain, chip and code.
Working with our customers across the globe.
Making trade more simple, digital, visible, trackable,
traceable, flexible, end-to-endable, and
dependable. 'Cause that's always been part of our DNA. Like, think of tomorrow, do it today. And if it's worth doing,
do it all the way. From the outset, humans have journeyed through nature, on land and sea, the transition from one to the other. Loading, unloading, embarkment, disembarkment. Today, port activity is taking on a new dimension. No longer a port, but a smart corridor. 300 kilometers of fluid traffic, a dynamic artery at the heart of trade, a network of limitless connections from sea to land to sky. It is a path to Europe and to the rest of the world. A single point of contact for customized services to all containers and to all sectors. Here, fresh waters host the longest ships, while the deep seas host the largest ones. An agile interface lets you manage everything, simply and peacefully. A passage to the future, innovative, bold, and integrated within its environment.
The way the global world is revolving around and ahead of us shapes us, transforms us, and leads us to ask the only possible question. Is there a better way to be a leader in the maritime and logistics business? Yes, we believe there is a better way to be who we are. CMA CGM. Yes, there is a better way to innovation in global trade. There is a better way to smart routes, to economic exchanges. There is a better way to create integrated solutions, to move things around the world, to cross the seas. There is a better way to be sustainable, to keep growing. There is a better way to cultivate happier communities, people and cultures. There is a better way to work together. There is a better way to imagine the world ahead of us. And we believe it's in our culture. CMA CGM. A new journey begins. Better ways.
Today, Container Corporation of India is at the cusp of becoming a true multimodal logistics solution provider. We started our journey from ICD operator, and we are very proud to be the true multimodal logistics solution provider.
love to be together. Cause when we live together, give together, when we trade, believe and explore together, we all achieve so much more together. Because together, we've made economies grow, supply chains flow. Not just plane, crane, train, ship and road, but by data, blockchain, chip and code.
With our customers across the globe.
Making trade more simple, digital, visible, trackable,
traceable, flexible, end-to-endable, and
dependable. Cause that's always been part of our DNA. Like think of tomorrow, do it today. And if it's worth doing,
do it all the way.
If you take a superficial glance at the sea, it all looks the same. On the open sea, you can lose your way. This is why you need to know it well, drop by drop. But when the sea is your genuine passion, you can identify a great route. A route showing you the way. A route taken by our people for years, every day. A route that spans the oceans, roads, and railways of the world. A route that starts from our offices, goes through your offices, and arrives to the hands of consumers. Connecting people and continents. MSC, moving the world together.
From the outset, humans have journeyed through nature, on land and sea. The transition from one to the other. Loading, unloading, embarkment, disembarkment. Today, port activity is taking on a new dimension. No longer a port, but a smart corridor. 300 kilometers of fluid traffic, a dynamic artery at the heart of trade, a network of limitless connections from sea to land to sky. It is a path to Europe and to the rest of the world. A single point of contact for customized services to all containers and to all sectors. Here, fresh waters host the longest ships, while the deep seas host the largest ones. An agile interface lets you manage everything, simply and peacefully. A passage to the future, innovative, bold, and integrated within its environment.
The way the global world is revolving around and ahead of us shapes us, transforms us, and leads us to ask the only possible question. Is there a better way to be a leader in the maritime and logistics business? Yes, we believe there is a better way to be who we are. CMA CGM. Yes, there is a better way to innovation in global trade. There is a better way to smart routes, to economic exchanges. There is a better way to create integrated solutions, to move things around the world, to cross the seas. There is a better way to be sustainable, to keep growing. There is a better way to cultivate happier communities, people and cultures. There is a better way to work together. There is a better way to imagine the world ahead of us. And we believe it's in our culture. CMA CGM, a new journey begins. Better ways.
Today, Container Corporation of India is at the cusp of becoming a true multimodal logistics solution provider. We started our journey from ICD operator, and we are very proud to be the true multimodal logistics solution provider.
We bring you the power of growth. We bring you end-to-end solutions for timely deliveries. We bring you unmatched coverage. We bring you the joy of spreading happiness. We are Gati KWE, India's premier express logistics solutions provider. We offer an extensive reach to every corner of the country with our nationwide network, delivering what our customers across various sectors need for the past 30 years. Our journey began with express distribution, transporting any cargo anywhere with speed, safety, and timeliness. Supply chain management and third-party logistics with end-to-end solutions for your precious cargo. E-commerce logistics that deliver growth for your business. Air freight services bolstered by infrastructure and tie-ups for urgent deliveries within 24 to 48 hours. Special services customized for bikers, students, art enthusiasts, and many others. We bring the best to your business. 600 operating centers, 24/7 call center assistance, more than 5,000 trucks on road, a fleet size of 1,500 vehicles only for e-commerce, and a team of dedicated professionals. We are Gati KWE, your preferred logistics partner. As an all-cargo company, we combine strengths with the world's LCL leader and India's largest integrated logistics company. We have enabled ourselves to offer additional services and reach out to customers in 180 countries. We continue to move ahead with our network, a network committed to business and society, a network that has won many accolades, a network made of smiles, a network that assures safe, seamless and swift deliveries across India, on time, every time. So stride ahead and make your business go places with Gati KWE.
We have a great passion for the sea. And as a family company, we know there is no passion without caring, without responsibility and commitment. The sea we care for is the source of life for everyone. It's at the heart of our activities and of those of our customers. All over the world, our business is part of people's daily lives. To protect this critical resource, we took important steps. Huge. Like the new ultra-large container ships, part of our modern green fleet. Because bigger ships have a lower carbon footprint per container carried per design. And we are 100% committed to the UN IMO goals to decarbonize shipping. We're actively exploring a range of alternative fuels and propulsion technologies. And we support the proposal to the IMO to create a global greenhouse gas reduction fund for shipping. To protect and preserve the blue planet and its most vulnerable communities, we also created the non-profit MSC Foundation. As a family company, we pass down to our children our values and passion. We teach them to care by our example. Because passion is not just a feeling, it translates into tangible actions to preserve our planet and its oceans for generations to come. MSC, moving the world together.
From the outset, humans have journeyed through nature, on land and sea, the transition from one to the other. Loading, unloading, embarkment, disembarkment. Today, port activity is taking on a new dimension. No longer a port, but a smart corridor. 300 kilometers of fluid traffic, a dynamic artery at the heart of trade, a network of limitless connections from sea to land to sky. It is a path to Europe and to the rest of the world. A single point of contact for customized services to all containers and to all sectors. Here, fresh waters host the longest ships, while the deep seas host the largest ones. An agile interface lets you manage everything, simply and peacefully. A passage to the future, innovative, bold, and integrated within its environment.
The way the global world is revolving around and ahead of us shapes us, transforms us, and leads us to ask the only possible question. Is there a better way to be a leader in the maritime and logistics business? Yes, we believe there is a better way to be who we are. CMA CGM. Yes, there is a better way to innovation in global trade. There is a better way to smart routes, to economic exchanges. There is a better way to create integrated solutions, to move things around the world, to cross the seas. There is a better way to be sustainable, to keep growing. There is a better way to cultivate happier communities, people and cultures. There is a better way to work together. There is a better way to imagine the world ahead of us. And we believe it's in our culture. CMA CGM. A new journey begins. Better ways.
Today, Container Corporation of India is at the cusp of becoming a true multimodal logistics solution provider. We started our journey from ICD operator, and we are very proud to be the true multimodal logistics solution provider.
questions in the Q&A box so that I can take up during the discussion. With these two announcements, it's my pleasure to invite a galaxy of expert panelists that are with us today. In a couple of minutes, I'll take to introduce them. We have Mike Formoso. Mike is the Managing Director of PSA India and is responsible for business operations and development of PSA's 4 container terminals and related companies in India. Mike has worked in the container terminal industry for his entire career, and before moving to India in 2015, has been based in Vietnam, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Hong Kong, and the UK. He has worked in a variety of roles ranging from management trainee through business development, commercial and project management roles, leading to development and startup of Vietnam's first deep sea container terminal. Welcome, Mike. Our next guest is Mr. Abhishek Chowdhury. He is presently working as Vice President, Corporate Affairs, HR and Company Secretary of the National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation, NICDC Limited. And he is also Director at NLDSL, which is a joint venture between NICDC and NEC India. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India and is a gold medalist in law. He has worked in different domains and with various multinational companies, over 17 years of experience. He has experience in strategic planning and management, secretarial and legal matters, project financing, private-public partnership projects, corporate governance, and exposure of dealing with various government departments and organizations. He has also been nominated as a director on board of various special purpose vehicles and joint venture companies with the state governments. Additionally, in the recent times, Mr. Chowdhury has very successfully spearheaded the launch and management of the much propagated and discussed Prime Minister's Gati Shakti, the National Master Plan for the Integrated Multimodal Logistics. Welcome to the conference, Mr. Abhishek Chowdhury. Then we have Mr. Shankar Shinde, Chairman of Federation of Freight Forwarders Association in India, FFAI. He is the Managing Director of Global Express Multi Logistics Private Limited, a global group established for the business of custom broker logistics and international freight forwarding. He has been acting as President of Nashik Custom House Agents Association since 2004. Mr. Shinde has also worked as President of the Indian Institute of Freight Forwarders, IIFF, previously. Welcome, Shankar Shinde-ji. And we have Umesh Grover, a well-known face on the horizon of Indian maritime industry. Mr. Umesh Grover, Secretary General of Container Freight Stations Association of India, has been around in the shipping and logistics industry for over 45 years. And is a former director on board of Shipping Corporation of India and also former CEO of Indian National Shipowners Association, INSA. A mariner by profession, he served as Chief Engineer on SCI ships. During his long career, he held several key posts like Head Global Container Business of SCI, and as Director of SCI, he is responsible for all the new projects, offshore division, IT, and business development. Mr. Grover has been associated with various infra projects in port and terminal development. He is a former trustee on the board of JNPT and Tuticorin Port Trust. He was the chairman of Governing Council of Narottam Morarji Institute of Shipping for 8 years till 2015. We have one more guest yet to join, Satish Kumar. Maybe I will welcome him later. So, gentlemen, welcome to the panel discussion. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and joining this discussion. So this session is focused on the changing landscape, policy, infrastructure. So when I say infrastructure, it is both physical and digital infrastructure. So how things are changing, what are the policy changes that have come recently, and what are the infrastructure developments that are happening in our industry. So let me begin with Mr. Abhishek Chowdhury. The reason being, I've seen that he has been instrumental in the PM Gati Shakti master plan and integrated multimodal logistics. So, Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary, can you walk us through what is this Gati Shakti as far as our logistics industry is concerned? We have seen some numbers and some announcements, but ultimately, how the infrastructure landscape is going to change.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this August gathering. As far as the PM Gati Shakti is concerned, every single department in the government of India, as well as the state government and at the ULB level, was so far working in silos. So the whole objective of PM Gati Shakti is to first of all break the silos and establish a synchronization between the workings of the various departments of the government of India, and also take the state governments and the local bodies along right from the stage of the planning till the stages of the implementation and actual execution. So as part of the PM Gati Shakti, what we have done, we have just mapped all the infrastructure interventions which has already taken place in the country and which are going to be took place in the next 4 to 5 years. And we have just mapped it on a GIS based platform with over 200 plus layers. So just to elaborate it in a very layman's language, so far the approach was very reactive in nature. So Gati Shakti is going to change that reactive based approach to a proactive based approach. I'll give a very small example of the shipping sector. We always used to plan for a port, we construct the port, but we don't plan for the road connectivity, we don't plan for the rail connectivity. So moving forward, the shipping ministry, whenever they are planning for a new port infrastructure, the connectivity infrastructure, which is the road, rail, or any other connectivity which is required for the purpose of evacuating the goods from the port, that also will be planned simultaneously. So it will not be like once the port start operational and after that there is a choking happening at the port gates, then only we will be planning for converting a 2-lane road into a 4-lane road, and similarly planning a rail connectivity which is coming, say, after 5 years of the port coming into operation. So PM Gati Shakti, different departments of the government of India, different departments of state government will work together right from the planning stage so that the actual completion timelines of different projects of road connectivity or rail connectivity or the port execution will end up simultaneously. So there should not be any time lag between the completion of different projects being executed by different agencies. So in terms of logistic efficiency, it will bring in huge visibility for anybody who is doing business in India and who is proposing to do business in India, because so far there is no visibility about the availability of roads, railways, the port infrastructure, the multimodal connectivity infrastructure. With this, there will be complete visibility about different modes of transportation. On the top of the infrastructure layers, we have also mapped various economic zones where the actual manufacturing, actual industrial activity is happening. For example, the electronic manufacturing cluster, the pharmaceutical clusters, the textile parks, the fishing clusters, agro-processing zones, all that has been mapped as part of the National Master Plan. So this is going to impact the whole country, and it will, to my mind, will change the entire logistic landscape of the country and will bring in a lot of cost efficiencies, which our country will realize in the years to come.
Thank you very much, Abhishek. So just a small announcement, Mr. Satish Kumar Reddy is online. He has trouble with his video, but audio can be heard. Good afternoon, Satish Kumar Reddy. Welcome to the panel discussion. I'll be bringing you into the discussion a little later. So thank you very much for this insight into Gati Shakti rollout and the idea behind it. Now I want Umesh, Mike and Shankar to respond on this. because each of them are involved with a different kind of infrastructure. Mike being a terminal operator, and Umesh ji is into CFS network, and Shankar is the provides a lot of logistic services through freight forwarding. So we have been discussing about these gap areas in infrastructure for quite long in India, and as you rightly commented on the being silos, and port is planned and connectivity is not there, so these kind of issues. So I want each of them to reflect what is the current status and what is expected out of Gati Shakti as a stakeholder, starting with Umesh ji.
You need to unmute, sir.
You are on mute, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ramprasad, and all my dear friends, Mike, Abhishek, Shankar Bhai, Satish, whom I haven't met, Madhukar. First of all, it's been a pleasure for me to be associated with Containers India for all this is the 9th session, and I've had the privilege to be there for all the sessions. And Abhishek, thanks a lot for giving us an insight into what exactly, explaining us in a very quick and a short and a very crisp manner. You're absolutely right. When the ports were developed, let's take JNPT when it came in 1989, it was conceptualized as a CFS-based model. And it started off with 1 million TEUs, 500,000 or 1 million, and there was a CFS inside the port. Then the need was felt, 3 more CFSs came, the government promoted these CFSs. Then the private partners came in and Maersk came in. Then the second terminal came and the number of CFSs went up. Then the third terminal came. In anticipation of the fourth terminal to come, which took about 8-9 years, lots of CFSs came because they saw it as an opportunity. And they also felt that the cargo needs to be evacuated, but the trade did not grow at the same pace. The terminal got delayed and there was a little bit of oversupply. I'm just talking about one sector. Let's take Mundra, or let's say Chennai, which are these ports, which already, Chennai and Calcutta already existed. And to get a CFS, to increase the volumes there, container freight stations were required because the port area is very less. Now let us look at that. Why do we need a CFS? Globally, if there's no CFS, why are we having it in India or in only in few countries? Let's come on to the concept of the containerized cargo. Nowhere in the world, the container delivery is taken another hook. It must move to a container yard, and then it must move to the storage yard or to a warehouse. If you take the ports of Rotterdam or Hamburg or something, the port area itself is so large that the containers are moved there, stacked over there, and the importers take the delivery. Secondly, in these ports, the type of goods which are imported and the trust what people had in the trade, custom intervention was the least amount. So no servicing of this cargo was required, and hence they were more efficient. Right? JNPT has say 50 kilometers of motorable area. Rotterdam had 350 kilometers. The containers did go and park somewhere before they went to the consignee. Or the consignee itself had a large warehouse, so it became a container freight station within the consignee's warehouse. India, the concept was different. India imports almost 35% of imports are scrap iron, waste, paper, scrap metal, which is a low value cargo, and the consignee is in no great hurry to take the cargo away. He keeps it in a container freight station, pays the ground rent, and in case the commodity value comes down, he abandons it. Of course, then there are a lot of structured cargoes. There are like IKEAs and Amazons, etc., who get their inventory, but they do not have large warehousing space. So they keep it in the container freight station so that containers are secured, safe, because CFSs are a absolutely state-of-the-art cargo service stations, a short transit point. Coming back to Abhishek's point, when the cargo moves, I think the first speaker actually should have been Mike after Abhishek, because the first link is port or the terminal,
and then it moves out to CFSs and then the road transportation and so on and so forth. But sorry, Mike, I jumped the gun and I came in a little earlier. So in case the ports are going to be planned, number one, the larger ports, if the areas are too large available within the port, perhaps the need of CFSs will not arise. But if the port area is less, you definitely need to have container freight stations, and you need to have ICDs en route hinterland location wherever you're going, so that cargo moves on a fastest way by rail or by road. Now coming to CFSs, the role of late has reduced because the customs have improved their processes. They've brought in what is known as direct port delivery from 2015 onwards, which went on from 8% to 55 to 60% today. And then there is risk management systems facilitated, which are a large number. From 45, 50% has now gone up to 65 to 70%. So what does it translate to? That means lots of these cargoes do not require much servicing, the value-added services. But you'll be surprised that all the importers still trust CFSs for clearance of their cargoes, and perhaps they trust CFSs more than they trust themselves. So they're sure that the cargo will be cleared within 24 to 25 hours. It'll go to the CFS. It's lying secured, safe, and they could take delivery anytime. What to CFSs, what has happened is the volumes per se have not reduced, but the realization per TEU, which was say about 10,000 rupees earlier, has come down to probably 5,000, out of which your expenses are 4,500 rupees. You're left with about 500. In the morning session, Captain Tiwari mentioned that the shipping lines are going through hell. And people commented that if earning so much of freight is a hell, let us join that hell. And I wish as CFSs we could also join that hell and at least make a survival in that hell. Because for a lot of service providers, sustainability has become a problem, and container freight stations with their infrastructure which is available, we have been asking government, and we've made representations that allow them to do additional works, additional value-added services, MSME activities, barcoding, allow us to handle domestic cargo, like the ports handle both domestic and international cargo, without creating separate boundaries, but you can have virtual boundaries, and you can have a track of both the imported cargo and the domestic cargo. The Mumbai airport is an example, the new Navi Mumbai airport. A lot of air freight stations will be required. We are also representing the container freight stations which are close to the Panvel area. They could also double up as the air freight stations. So this is my opening remark. Only thing is, while the government has been assisting in ease of doing business and facilitating the importers and exporters, the service providers like the ports or the terminals or the ICDs or CFSs are being whipped. They are being put to additional scrutiny, which is going to cost additional money, and not the right platform to say, but we are going back to the license Raj, what was there a couple of years back. Unless this is corrected, the supply chain will pose a problem because CFSs are there to stay. The importers and exporters need them. And of course, the terminals, nobody can do without it. Thanks, Ram Prasad ji, for the time being.
Thank you, Umesh ji. Now I will invite Mike.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me, Ram Prasad and fellow panelists. Thank you very much also, Umesh, for the nice words about the challenge facing terminals. I think we're all in this together, really. And as a company that's been operating in India now for over 20 years, across 5 locations, 4 container terminals, and now 2 CFS locations, we're obviously getting into more of the areas. And topics such as regulatory, the Major Port Authorities Bill, infrastructure, how to make major ports more competitive, and of course, promoting multimodal transports are ones that we as PSA India pay a huge amount of attention to, given how much it can affect us. Our views haven't changed much on these topics over the years. We urge deregulation and a national master plan for all port development, not just major ports and private ports, to ensure the best use of resources, a level playing field, and the importance of creating supporting infrastructure, both physical and regulatory, and also ensuring an effective resolution mechanism for any issues that projects encounter. For the recent announcement of Gati Shakti, which at least for the port sector, I'm sure it applies to the others as well, as it's included, it targets to cut logistics costs, increase cargo handling capacity, and reduce the turnaround time. Very laudable. But I think the port sector shouldn't be downbeaten by this, because there's already sufficient cargo handling capacity. The turnaround time and productivity is actually competitive on an international scale. If you allow me to segue a little, despite all the disruptions in schedules, terminals such as ours have been playing a huge role in helping carriers catch up their disrupted schedules, and so keeping the trade moving. Let me give you some data. In the first 8 months of this year, there were 321 container vessels handled at our Mumbai and Chennai terminals. 242, or 75% of them, arrived off schedule. But 199 of those, or 75% again, still got a berth on arrival. So calling us allowed them to catch up their schedule. So the maritime media may talk of port delays globally, but there's no reports of widespread delays in vessel handling here in India. And I think that's a credit to the entire ecosystem for making it happen, not just ports, but the CFSs, the companies that move the containers between the ports, and everybody involved. Now, coming to intermodalism and infrastructure, data from the Logistics Bank data bank shows that operators in major ports, such as ourselves, are delivering high levels of productivity, lower turnaround, shorter inland transit times than the non-major ports. Yet, I think there was a question this morning about why the major ports continue, or JNPT continues to lose market share to the non-major ports. A prime example is that the DFC's benefits are so far several years away at best for JNPT, despite a DFC compliant rail yard at PSA Mumbai. I think it appears on some of the slides behind me. All 6 kilometers plus of track and double height gantry cranes has already celebrated its 3rd anniversary. As the CEO of Niti Aayog said, while many economic zones, industrial parks, logistic hubs and ports were planned, they often suffered owing to inefficient multimodal connectivity. So I think the ideas included in Gati Shakti, as Abhishek mentioned, about planning all of the infrastructure together and consecutively is great. But the challenge is, and really, I think this is linked in some ways to the Major Ports Authority Bill, that also takes major steps forward, at least in terms of the operations of the port trust themselves. But it doesn't materially alter the competitive position of them, and hence everybody downstream who is also involved, because there's practically no change for existing concessionaires in the Major Ports Authority Bill, who day in, day out have been keeping India's trade moving, and like us, some of them for more than 20 years. So the material changes are actually reserved for the future. So my question would always be, we love the future plan, but how are we going to address the shortcomings in the interim, particularly when very large investments have gone in? So the fastest way to achieve quantifiable results in major ports would be through addressing current issues in the terminal, which would also address or translate into gains for future concessions. We're very happy to hear that there was a conciliation and settlement committee set up by the Ministry of Ports, Shippings and Inland Waterways. Alas, it hasn't yet held a meeting since its inception in pre-COVID days. Hopefully they haven't already reconciled, settled and committed to this outcome, if you'll excuse the wordplay there. So overall, I think if to make major ports competitive, more competitive, and also all of the then downstream ecosystem, deregulate and level the playing field, connect those rail lines, especially the DFC, build those roads, dredge those channels and rivers, and leave it to the market to get on with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. You have summed up all the issues that are around the infrastructure game. Shankar? So freight forwarding community is one of the very large, important community in the entire logistics supply chain. So currently we are talking about the infrastructure gaps and how this ambitious plans the Prime Minister is having, how will it will change the landscape. You're on mute.
Yeah, the host was not allowing me to unmute. That was
okay.
Anyway,
Now,
thanks.
so please go ahead.
It's okay. Yes, I'm able to now. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ram Prasad. Thanks for organizing this event, creating this platform, which is very important in today's time to have this platform, because interactive and dialogues will surely take a message to the trade for to benefit the trade. Thanks to all the speakers for the input, and it has been a good sessions throughout the day. I would just refer to the point which you have made it to me. One is with Mr. Abhishek sir. When we are talking about the Gati Shakti, the whole concept flow, which we have been driving this initiative from AAFA and other forums, also with the government of India, as to the importance of logistics, because economy, the backbone is completely dependent upon the logistics. So economy success is completely on logistics connectivity. And if you have good connectivity, good infrastructure in logistics, I think so trade will take its place. The demand and supplies will always be there. And there is a differentiation of demand and supply when you call it into trade and into the logistics infrastructure. The whole concept is derived out of this Gati Shakti was from the examples to give. If you find, we had the JNPT, but the connectivity was always a challenge. Access to the JNPT port terminals, developing terminals upon terminals, but then the access to the terminals we had already experienced. And in fact, the Nhava or the JNPT terminal always had a good experience about the Bombay Porters. Where we came out from Bombay Porters was a good reason because of the congestion and the connectivity. And after coming here also, which initiative has been taken today would have been appreciated had it been 20 years back. Because it was very easy during that time to have this infrastructure developed, connectivity developed. Now, why this Gati Shakti is taking place, it's a good initiative. We really appreciate, we really acknowledge the Prime Minister's message to the country with inaugurating this Gati Shakti. The dwell time and the transaction cost. But dwell time is every time adding on to the transaction cost. Now, what is the dwell time study also when we do? It is not in isolation by itself when we say the whole transaction. Local, every logistics service provided in the whole supply chain system and the infrastructure cost or the warehousing cost. Now, even the logistics cost, which they say in India, is also challengeable at what level they are talking, whether it is domestic level or it is international supply chain level. This needs to be studied in little more in different dynamics and different aspects. So the whole concept work around the dwell time and the transaction cost. Supply, yes, when we have the trade, when we have the supply from on one side and the demand from other side, it is all depending upon the movement of cargo. And we will certainly see a spurge because of this COVID-19. Yes, there has been challenges which is lot spoken throughout these sessions, and I would not like to dwell upon it. We have gone through that experiences as to why there has been a spurge in the freight rates and how to tackle these issues from time to evacuation of the ports, the evacuation of the CFS model is in place. It is very difficult to achieve this challenge in the logistics sector. So one is connectivity and the compliances. So when it comes to compliances also, it is a regulatory authority which has to be adhered to, and more of the facilitation measures which customs has really taken a great move, because we could find during this COVID-19 has taught us a lot to come from electronic EDI systems, and a lot of development took place. Before even the trade could think about introducing something or recommending something, the customs on their own came out with some notifications and some notices to facilitate the trade. So that was a really great initiative by customs on the first time which we have observed on the IT platforms. So we could see that there should be no idle time, and the transaction cost should be reduced on every part of the pricing, which will help this demand and supply to be consistency. And ease of doing business. Now, ease of doing business come on to various aspects, and that is why we have this logistics division created with the government. It is the first time that the government has taken initiative to create a separate division for this special logistics, operating special logistics secretary. And now, when we came to this evacuation, the government, the customs came out with the introduction of DPD, which really worked out. So this is how the initiative takes forward to get evacuation processes instead of going via CFS's evacuation direct from port, and then the traffic control on the which is a dual traffic gets reduced to the 50% of its traffic, because to and fro traffic itself, when you control, it brings to 50% of the traffic control on the roads. So this cooperations on the within the ports, within the stakeholders of other sectors also play a very important role, and everybody should say in the facilitation part where they can increase, they can make revenue on the volumes rather than on the per unit basis. So the volumes will make the industry grow. Volumes will make them the role model sustain. So this is how we see. And during this COVID, we find that in logistics sector, even the e-platform could not give that support. Even the e-platform also failed after a certain aspect. So it was a really challenge. But still we survived, and now it is a lot seen to be getting back into consistence and back into falling into line of the requirements. And shortly we will really see. Now we have already started seeing that the prices of the freights have started coming down. So there is a free movement which we could experience now. Thank you. You're muted, sir. You need to unmute.
Thank you. Subsequent to Mr. Abhishek Chowdhury's comments on the rollout plan of Gati Shakti, a host of issues have come on fore. Mike spoke about how the investment needs to be protected, how the development of infrastructure should be left to the market forces. Umesh Grover said about the CFS is an integral part of the infrastructure, and then it needs to survive. And Shankar has opened up other logistic challenges that are there. Now, let me come back to Abhishek ji. You spoke about how the infrastructure gap areas will be thought over, mapped, and then bridged by this Gati Shakti plan. Now, NLDS is also into providing a lot of this digital data for bringing logistics efficiency. So my question is, let us talk about soft infrastructure as well, in addition to the physical infrastructure. So how is it being utilized or being rolled out to bring efficiency? Is it integrated with the existing several platforms that are there? And then even Ministry of Commerce is also planning about national logistics portal. So if you can give some insights into that, then we can move on to the other issues.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. I appreciate the comments from Mike, Umeshji, Shankar Saab, and all the other fellow members. The software intervention part of it as you're aware that we have implemented initially a logistic data bank project whereby we were monitoring the movement of the containers. We were tracking each and every single container moving out of the port. So as a second version of logistic data bank, LDB 2.0, as you rightly said, it's very important to provide efficiencies to the overall trade. The systems which are being run by different organizations, different bodies, different agencies, different departments, they should start talking to each other. And that is the reason this mandate was given to us way back in January 2020 by Niti Aayog to develop a unified logistic interface platform, which we consider is as LDB 2.0. So I'm very happy to inform that out of nearly 16 odd systems of various ministries, we are in a position to integrate our systems through an API-based link with most of them. Recently, there is a committee which has been constituted under the chairmanship of Secretary Shipping for the purpose of tackling the situation of empty containers and the price rise, which everyone was talking about. Umesh ji is one of the members of that committee, and we are seeking his support. In fact, yesterday only I have signed 3 letters addressing Mr. Umesh to help us in putting up the data region-wise, ICD-wise, CFS-wise for the purpose of mapping on a geotag basis where the empty containers are lying. So, for example, Ministry of Road Transport is presently having 3 different systems. One is called Vahan, which tracks the movement of the container and which certifies the vehicle details. The second is Sarthi, which gives you the information about the driver and the validation about his driving license, etc. And the third system is a FASTag. Similarly, Ministry of Civil Aviation is having 2 systems on their own, Air Cargo Community System and an Available System. Then DGFT has Importer-Exporter Code. Then Port Community System of IPA, which is 1X and which is again getting upgraded. Then you have terminal operating systems of different terminal operators working across the length and breadth of the country. Then you have IceGate system of customs. Then you have GSTN. So there are multiple systems which are operating in the current scenario. And to our surprise, there is no common layer, there is no API which has ever been attempted to link these systems or to make these systems talk at the back end. So what we have done in the past 9 months, we have developed an API whereby on a single portal eventually, all these systems will be talking at the back end. So you have, for the particular consumer or a stakeholder, the single portal will provide the visibility and it will fetch data from whatever systems being run by different ministries. We are not getting or we are not posing our nose into the individual systems of various ministries, but through an API-based link, we have created an integrated platform whereby for a user or for a stakeholder, this can all be done. This is in the final stages of testing, and probably in a month's time or so, we should be in a position to officially roll it out. So this is what I can mention. A lot of hard work has been done, and there was a lot of reservations because the way we have brought in transparency and visibility in the movement of containers, as well as we have started in the very initial stages of logistic data bank project, whereby we have started naming and shaming various CFSs, various port operators, ranking them on a monthly basis in terms of their efficiencies, their dwell time, etc., etc. And this is all backed by the factual data. Similarly, there were a lot of reservations when we started collating this information, when we started requesting to share an open API. Most of the players were very non-responsive, and still I'm struggling with many of them. They were not ready to share, quoting reasons of confidentiality, quoting reasons of secrecy, quoting reasons of their agreements. But if as a trade, if as a country, we have to reduce, everybody talks about 14%, 15% logistic cost to the GDP, and it should be in single digit. But what are we doing? Whenever it comes to decision making, we are just thinking about our organization, thinking about our core mandate, thinking about our individual role. As a country, as a macro picture, nobody is talking about anything. Everybody is just there to complain. So I'm sorry to say, but everybody is like fearing a lot from sharing the data in a transparent manner, because they think that if that is being shared or it is being publicized or if it is being analyzed, then definitely it is going to just clearly shows how inefficiently the system is working. So we are trying to integrate all the systems put together at one level, and probably in a month or so, once my testing, etc. is done, it should go live.
Thank you, Abhishek ji. Anyone would like to comment on that?
Can I?
Yes, Umesh ji.
Thank you, Abhishek ji. I think we've had quite a bit of interaction, and I know that you all are doing an excellent job on this one. We both, as CFSCI and NSCFS, jointly had interactive meetings with you all. And all our submission was that we have been, initially the Ministry of Shipping had come and in the year 2018, and we all were asked to do integration with the Port Community System, PCS 1.0x, for which our members worked closely, all the ICDs, all the ports, terminals, and they did a good progress. And then came the pandemic, and there was a delay. And most of the CFSs, our members, at least I can vouch that they spent a considerable amount. Sorry?
Sorry, I'm just talking to someone.
Yeah. So basically, they have all spent a sizable amount trying to develop API integrations, which they have developed, and they should be able to receive the data from the customs and from the other stakeholders. But regrettably, what happened was customs were not initially sharing the data. Exactly what Abhishek ji has mentioned, that fearing their confidentiality of the data and the of the national importance, because it involves the security of the country. So they asked for development of some firewalls. So all that, I believe, was done. Now our members' only concern has been that if we are being asked to share data with multiple agencies of the government, it's going to be expensive. And in case we are all linked with PCS 1.0x, let's make that operational. And if Logistics Data Bank just is able to extract all the data from PCS 1.0x, which is already developed, I think that will resolve a lot of problems. So far, what was planned was we share this data on the email, which to some extent our members have a little reservation that sharing their data on email may not be very secure. That's the only delay from our end. Otherwise, we are all willing to cooperate. We are a part of the system, and we would love to be tracked. Let's be honest, because a CFS, I'll just give you one example. No custodian can delay a container. If an importer comes to take delivery, our process times is not more than 6 to 8 hours. Maximum, we got a flow chart. And we want these containers to move out ASAP. Yes, earlier there was lethargy in the trade, and there was a lot of storage required. And which was, okay, we took that opportunity, and our members made substantial money on that, because their infrastructure costs got recovered, because storage is one of the activities. But so if it is not there, we will handle more containers. We are happy that, because ultimately the national interest is more important. All of us are interested in bringing down the dwell time and the logistics costs. So we are all here to cooperate. And none of us, sorry, just one second, sir, just let me complete. So CFSs have no interest whatsoever to delay any containers. In fact, we've been taking up with customs on a daily basis. We went to Delhi, we met the CBIC, we also met the CBIC chairman, and we said there are 25,000 odd containers stuck all over, which are under some litigation, some amount, but others are through investigating agencies like SIIB or CIU or something, which are there for 20 years. And we say that these containers, these investigating agencies also should have a time frame to work on. and they also should be held accountable. We would all be very happy to cooperate, sir. We would be happy that containers come in and move out, we get more volumes, and we will survive on that. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Ravi, can I make a point?
Please.
I completely understand and appreciate the pain which Mr. Grover and the entire trade must be having of dealing with multiple government agencies and providing the data and receiving the integration request from n number of entities taking the government flag into their hands. I completely understand and appreciate that pain. If I have been into your shoes, I would be thoroughly confused whether I should look for and wait for National Logistic Policy, or I should look for LPPT, or I should look for PCS1, PCS1X, or ULIP, or LDB. Who is the dealing hand? I don't know. I completely appreciate that pain. But the wisdom or the kind of mandate which the government has given to us is that we don't have a choice. If you recall, in the last meeting, it was pressed upon us that you should get all the data, as you rightly mentioned, through PCS. But after drilling it down, it came to understand that the data is not getting loaded into the PCS. So the option is either we should wait for that to function, which can be an unending wait, or devise a mechanism to do something which can at least starting and spitting some kind of a information which is absolutely critical in the present circumstances of the increase in the container rates. So the email point was just like a kind of a stopgap arrangement till the time the actual integration with PCS happens and the PCS system is stuck. We have already integrated our systems with PCS long back. For me, why I will go and hunt for each and every single CFS and request for your support and cooperation if PCS is in a position to feed me the data? I will be the most happiest person. Rather than connecting 100 dots, I will connect which is already connected. One dot, I'm already aligned with PCS. No point of going and hunting for 100 CFSs. But the problem is the main link, which is PCS, that is not capturing the data properly. Because of which I have to go to the next layer of CFSs and request them with my folded hands that please give me the data so that I can inform shipping ministry what is the total volume of empty containers lying in each CFS, lying in Maharashtra region, lying in Gujarat region, closer to Pipavav, Kandla, Mundra or JNPT, so that the whole situation and the problem which our country is presently facing, not only our country is facing, which is a global scenario right now, that can get resolved to an extent. We are not going to resolve it completely, as you know very well, but to an extent, whatever we can contribute. That is the only precise point.
Very well appreciated, Abhishek. I appreciate what you mentioned, sir.
Thank you. Now, let me bring in Mr. Satish Kumar Reddy, who joined a little late, who is a consultant and a trade facilitation regional cooperation working with the Asian Development Bank, with over 22 years of working in Government of India in policy formulation, designing, implement laws, procedures, and 7 years of consulting experience with the ADB. He's well versed with the foreign trade policy, customs valuation. Satish Kumar Reddy, welcome. Are you there, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Satish, we can hear you. We can't see you. I think you have a problem in video.
Yeah, I'm traveling, so there's a bit of a problem with the video.
That's okay. So I will quickly come to the point because we have discussed extensively on other issues. Since you have a lot of experience in customs and customs-related issues, so one thing that Captain Umesh Grover mentioned is not sharing data. So what is the customs approach in sharing data? Second thing, my question is, there is a lot of digitalization happening on the from the side of customs department. Initially, they have been very proactive, and then a lot of transformational laws have been brought in, faceless assessment and all that. But one complaint I keep hearing is there is too much of regulation, too much of burden through all these processes also. So what is the realistic scenario? Can you explain?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and just greetings to all the fellow panelists. So I'm initially, just at the outset, very happy to again hear about an elaboration on the Gati Shakti master plan from Mr. Abhishek Chaudhary. In the past, various ministries had come out with their own initiatives like the Sagarmala or the logistics wing of the commerce. And one issue that I used to see is that everybody said we will coordinate the working of the other players in the international trade supply chain. So at one point I felt, that there are far too many ministries who wanted to coordinate others and hardly anyone who wanted to be coordinated by others. So I hope that this Gati Shakti being driven by the highest office would also remove this issue of this coordination fascination that each ministry had and bring more coherence. I also agree with the point made about kind of multiple single windows, if I may use the phrase, that have emerged. And it's a great news to hear that there's going to be an API and these will talk to each other. Coming back to the customs processes, thank you for mentioning about the digitization initiatives. So I was with Indian Customs for about 22, 23 years. And the pandemic really kind of exposed the chinks in the digitization, though everybody thought that we had digitized enough. In a scenario where employees could not even travel to reach the office, the actual gaps in digitization were kind of immediately exposed. But I was happy to note that steps were also taken to plug those gaps. And also customs today has been given a directive from higher levels that the facilitation levels should reach close to 90%, give or take 1 or 2%, which means that so much of cargo should not be inspected, no physical or intrusive inspections in so much. And customs is close to achieving that figure. There are, of course, other agencies like the Food Safety Organization, Quarantine, etc., who require inspections. So if they could also be, if this philosophy of risk management could also be infused in them, then I think this figure is easily achievable and there would be very few pain points, at least at the stage of cargo clearance. And worldwide also, the philosophy is that the compliance checks are done either pre-clearance or pre-arrival or post-clearance. So you have the filings, the manifest, the various declarations, the application of the risk management engine. All this happens prior to arrival of the cargo at the port, so that by the time the cargo reaches the port, the treatment it should be accorded is already decided, and which in over 80% of the cases would be to release it. And in the rest of the cases where some testing certification may be needed or some very few sensitive cargo and more intrusive inspection may be needed, but rest of the compliance checks are done post clearance. So what this will bring in very soon, in the very near future, is a regulatory ecosystem where the cargo on arrival would be ready to go out. And that's where I think the ports and the various allied facilities like the CFS's ICD should be geared to handle this, where the cargo should not dwell in those facilities for a long time. The checks are done either pre-arrival or post-clearance. I'm sure this is where we are moving. I'm talking of the trend, of course. Anecdotally, there will always be a few cases where there were delays, but this is definitely going to be a trend. I know that it is being monitored from pretty high levels, and this will be achieved. And this is how the logistics sector should also shape up to be in tune with this, that it should not be that when all the compliance checks are done, but the cargo is still lying in the port or ICD due to other reasons. And this is where I think private sector efficiency has also needs to be seen. It's strange that in our country, even pre-arrival filing, which we think is in the interest of private sector, even that had to be enforced by customs through penalties, that if you don't file in advance, we'll penalize you. If you don't, take out your car, pay duties and take out your cargo in certain time, we'll penalize you. Intuitively, this is supposed to be in private sector interest, but it's being partly enforced through penal measures. But I think overall, there is the trend is very clear. This will be the future. and everybody should adjust to this new normal. One last point is that I think CBIC had also come up with a new ICD and CFS policy about 7-8 months back, I think in December 2020. I haven't heard any comment from the private sector here. It does streamline a lot of the old, there were fragmented instructions which have been merged, and one coherent policy circular has been issued. So to that extent, it's good. But my personal feeling is also that it's a touch over prescriptive in trying to decide where the facilities will be commercially viable and where they should come up and where they should not come up. I don't know whether the industry has taken that issue with the CBIC, but this is a welcome step, but with this shortcoming. So let me stop here, and if there are any further questions later on, I can take. Thank you.
Yes, Umesh ji.
Thank you, Mr. Ramprasad. Satish, you have very well summarized. Yes, we appreciate what the customs have done in the last 5-6 years is unprecedented. From the role of a regulator, they are turning to a facilitator. And let me tell you, the private sector has responded very well. And each company, each terminal, everybody is working to full efficiency and nobody wants to delay the cargo at all. It's a mindset of the importer which has to change, because the type of cargo, like I mentioned earlier, I don't know whether you had joined that time, there is about 30 to 35% cargo is a very low valued cargo. These, especially your HMS heavy melting scrap, this one is a commodity where the prices fluctuate, and these are all punters. They import the cargo, and if the scrap value has come down, they just dump it. So where's the question of they're paying the duty or anything? They dump these sort of cargoes. Otherwise, yes, the customs are doing a wonderful thing. All their initiatives. My friend Shankar Shinde, the chairman of FFAI, and who's so closely associated, will be able to speak volumes on their achievements. There's no two ways about it. And the whole country, everyone, the private sector is aligned. Secondly, the policy which was brought by Circular 50/2020 in November, all private, both NSCFS, CFSAI have represented. On that time, we've had meetings with the CBIC, that there are certain issues, yes, they have aligned everything, but they have not taken the stakeholders' views before forming this policy. And these need to be a lot of tweaking is required to be done by putting orange, red or green that you can't have any further CF in that area. I think you have to leave it to the trade. They understand their business. They understand the future. This Abhishek had mentioned right in the beginning that now with the new ports coming in, the infrastructure should also keep coming in. If you put a stop at these CFSs and ICDs, new ports and new terminals with the freight corridor coming in, you will be short of terminals because the policy doesn't let you build them. Thank you.
Thank you, Umesh ji.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Whenever Umesh ji on the panel is a solid defender of CFS business, so he continues to argue on behalf of CFSs. Thank you very much, sir, for your input. Shankar, I'll just come back to you. Mike, I have to ask one question. Mike, morning we were discussing about the container trade, and we didn't have a terminal representative. So the one question I wanted to ask is, how do you see the supply chain disruption? And even during the pandemic, I have seen the numbers. Your terminal has performed well. So how is the current scenario? How is the dwell time at your terminal? What are the delays globally that are happening? How are they affecting the schedules at your terminal? Just can you give me an insight? And
I have my okay, in terms of what the effects are, as I said, vessels are horrendously off schedule, but we're able to actually handle the vast majority, even when the vast majority are off schedule. And that is also credit to the ecosystem and everyone working with us to make that happen in terms of evacuating the boxes on time and so on. We're not seeing any particular big increase in dwell time at all. I think Umesh made a very good point that we often hear about this, get the turnaround time down. As a terminal, we want the containers also to go out as fast as possible, but the importer may not want to take them, or there may be some other issue there. So sometimes the things that you do and the capabilities you have, you're not actually allowed to demonstrate, because that's not what a reasonable size of the trade wants. Now, in terms of the rest of the world, particularly I think in the US and some of the Southeast Asian ports as well, there's some quite big holdups. So what that's meaning is then it's like a blocked drain. Sometimes you get or London buses, you get nothing for a while, then all 6 come at once, and we're seeing so many void calls in India as well, which also then disrupts the rest of the supply chain in terms of where all of the boxes go. I think Satish made a few very interesting points and introduced me to some new words: coordination, fascination, and multiple single windows. I think the resilience that the trade has shown has been superb, at least in terms of joining hands, to support each other. Then we all step back and say we're going to go digital. And then also, as Satish said, your shortcomings will be exposed pretty quickly if they're not there. So I think it comes down to, not just the great human resilience that's been demonstrated, but also the corporate resilience, particularly on the digital side. And as we move forward and we're talking about all of these new systems and linkages, well, that's great. But ultimately, I'd always argue for simplification and removal of as much regulation as possible, because there seems to be so much innovation or innovative energy that's focused towards dealing with these myriad of regulations and requirements. If we could take those away, all of that innovation could actually be unleashed to really turbocharge, the trade and economic development.
Thank you, Mike. Shankar Shindeji, are you there?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I have. You wanted to say something, and I also have one question. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Ramprasad. Actually, one part which comes over here is very important. On the customs part, we have already seen the facilitation measures. In fact, they are a step ahead. They want to introduce the SCMTR in the rightful manner and in the true spirit. And it is the trade who has to come forward and support this initiative of customs to have the facilitation measures in the right way. Or even if they are talking about the RMS facilitation measures also, share the data. Every data and everything is available anywhere else. Unless it is something which you are doing, something which is beyond the fair practices, it will be a confidential thing. So I think with this NLP platform which is coming up, and the NLP platform which the latch-on is available, all the trade members should come forward and share the data on that, which is everything is covered under encryption system, and they are signing the NDAs also. So I think so, and it is not applicable in India. If you go beyond India, if you see the international practices also, all these data, all these systems in the e-platform are working very nicely and very in true spirit when they are sharing the whole systems. But why it is not happening in India, as rightly what Mr. Abhishek said, that everybody blames and saying that confidentially and we do not want to share. We really lack on that will part on the trade members. It may be logistics stakeholders or it may be trade members who should come on the platform willingly and to share everything with open-minded. We are really failing today, even getting the e-invoicing. Mr. Grover, I'm not getting the individual, but let us be very fair. Today also we are failing in spite of government initiatives, customs initiative to say that e-invoicing is the way we have to move forward. Till now we have not been able to get even a simple trade to expedite the matter. So where do we stand today? the willingness comes with all these things. It is very simple. At least what is doable, we should start with it, and we should take it in the next step. If we are not going to start, it is never going to come up. So let us think in a positive way, and this is how I think we should take it forward. And various measures being supported by government, we should be supporting the government initiatives to have the logistics cost down, and just not blame because it is none of my role or something. We have to play that important role in contribution to the government's initiative. This is a way forward I see for the development of logistics and the economy.
Thank you, Shankar. Very sensible. My question to Mr. Satish Kumar. Satish Kumar, you also have a lot of experience in cross-border aspects of transport and logistics and e-commerce. So in the data that we have collected in association with the Drewry, we have seen the more growth of the container trade happened in the last 1 year in the South Asia region. But at the same time, there is a huge potentiality among South Asian nations, but the cross-border trade has a lot of issues in terms of policy, in some terms of trade facilitation or cargo movement. So anything being done on that front?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I do agree that even if you take India, the kind of efficiencies that are being brought in at ports and air cargoes, etc., the same has not really percolated down to the land borders. And most of the trade in South Asia happens through the land borders. Of course, not with Sri Lanka and Maldives, but among the BBIN countries. So the land borders suffer both from infrastructural deficiencies, though of course we have the Land Port Authority of India who's been mandated to develop infrastructure. But I think in close to 9 years, they have developed 6 or 7 locations, which I think is a very modest speed of development. So most places, there's very poor infrastructure, and the infrastructure deficiency has a major impact on process efficiency as well. I've been involved in this overland trade and South Asia for over 15 years, and I can vouch for that infrastructure does negatively impact the processes also. Secondly, as I said, particularly for a big country like India, whose maybe 2-3% of its trade is with land neighbors, the kind of focus that is given on introducing reforms in ports or air cargoes is not the same amount of focus, is not extended to land borders. I personally have fought for it a lot, and there is now much improvement over for example, in case of India, 44 of our land customs stations are now automated. But some years back, there was no assured electricity or a proper building to automate the processes. But today, situation is vastly different. On the containerization, again, I agree that while the trade with the rest of the world is largely containerized, the trade among the South Asian countries is hardly containerized. It's mostly done in open trucks. In my experience, various reasons have been cited, including the cost. But again, infrastructure-wise also, where most of the land customs stations are not geared to handle containerized movement and the turnaround, etc. Secondly, on the soft side, containerization would really benefit the trade if clearances were to be allowed inland. The benefit of having a container is that it should be able to cross the border and go into an ICD or any inland facility where the clearance should be able to take place. If a container has to be de-stuffed at the border and stuffed onto a vehicle of the other country, then all the advantages are lost. And this is where there is some lagging here. Unlike India, which has a lot of ICDs and dry ports, the other countries, Bangladesh has one, I think Nepal has one and is developing a second one, and Bhutan has none. So a development of inland clearance facilities would also, in my view, give a kick to the containerization, because then you importers and exporters can see the benefit of clearance at their approximate or doorstep rather than at the border. So process as well as these infra issues, I think together would solve this. But I do admit that the pace of improvement is much slower at the land borders, but I'm very hopeful, and my current work also involves specifically these very things and I'm working on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish. So we have 10 to 12 minutes remaining, and I have one question is to the panelists so that we can wind up on time. Question to Umesh Groverji. Sir, you have talked about the sustenance and survival of container freight stations. So what is the best business strategy that now CFSs can adopt to still remain in the supply chain and then survive?
Thank you, Mr. Ramprasad. I think a very relevant question, which we in fact also have been discussing among ourselves. And number one, what has changed in these 6 years? Let us just try and understand how the business has changed. One is like increase in DPD, which is good because if the end customer is paying less, lesser dwell time and lesser transaction cost, very good. But today also CFSs are flooded with the volumes. They are not flooded, I would say they got reasonably same number of volumes, only the revenue is less. And the trade still prefers to evacuate through CFSs, and the terminals also prefer CFS to evacuate because what is known as en bloc evacuation. Secondly, most of these even big companies like IKEA or Skoda or Amazon, etc., or the other factories, they would prefer to use CFSs as a first-class warehouse, bonded warehouse, where things are lying secured. You pay 300, 400, 500 rupees a day ground rent for a 32 cubic feet cargo in a secured manner with custom security and everything. But for CFSs to sustain, these revenues are not enough. And we've done a lot of this study, and which shows that if we are allowed to handle the domestic cargo, a lot of domestic cargo by creating virtual boundaries. Customs tell you make a separate gate, you make a separate demarcate, and which is not required. The ports are doing both domestic and international cargo within the same boundary and with the same. These are virtual boundaries, the systems are available, which can be done, number one. Number two, if MSME activities, not the ones which are only environment friendly, if they are allowed to be done, I think it makes a lot of value addition because these are the very strategic location of the CFSs will assist these small-time manufacturers to have their goods moved out faster. Barcoding, packaging, repackaging, and anything that could be done in a, say, multimodal logistics park. Now, multimodal logistics parks have not, or FTWCs have not been a success in India because they were set up at a huge cost. They are too large. So any CFS which is more than 25 acres land may be considered, if they got surplus land, allow them to do that. And lastly, also they could be used as an air freight stations. The idea is that government should utilize the infrastructure belongs to the nation, no matter who makes it. PSA makes a terminal, after 30 years they give it, it becomes the property of the nation. Any private developer develops a CFS or ICD, ultimately it's a national asset. So an asset which is already there, which has been created at 100, 200 crores, it has given employment to 30, 40,000 people in there collectively, that should be allowed to stay, and there should be way to utilize this existing infrastructure rather than focusing on making new infrastructure, which is going to take time. Here's a ready-made first-class infrastructure available. We would be engaging a consultant also to do the mapping that what all best can be done and go with a concrete plan to the government. We have already approached the government, but we also want to be sure that what we can do there actually, we sort of close the gaps and then we go with a more concrete plan. Thank you, Mr. Ramprasad.
Thank you. Thank you. Mike, out of the throughput that is being handled at the terminals, MTS also now has a major percentage of the throughput is handling of MTs. And we had a lot of imbalance between exports and imports. So MTs repositioning has been a major issue, and the lines have been bringing a lot of MTs and repositioning, as well as bringing in new containers as well. So how is the scenario at terminals on the equipment shortage, and how are you handling it?
I mean, ultimately, as a terminal, we just see a container, whether it's full or empty. Doesn't make a difference, and there's certainly plenty of space within the terminals. What we've been doing is actually trying to help the trade. So, for example, now we actually have CFSs that will truck boxes into the railhead, just like you can see behind me, and then reposition that empty to the hinterland rather than trucking it out. So it gets to the hinterland to be reloaded for an export faster, and particularly with some of the incentives that Indian Railways and the CTOs have given, it becomes cheaper. Practically, things that we'd like to do, for example, and this comes back to talking about working with concessionaires, to cope with changes. For example, developing empty free pools under the TAMP type situations, which is also add value to the liners. But we ourselves, obviously we know the numbers, but we don't see a material difference in our operations, whether it's laden or empty.
Thank you. Shankar? Can you hear me, Shankarji?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So this question is to the freight forwarding community through you, being the chairman of the association. Now, ports, terminals, and carriers started providing end-to-end services, right from trade finance to the customs-related issues, the transportation, all the digitization, paperwork, everything end-to-end. And this we have been discussing for some time, that this will eliminate the other links in the supply chain. So how do you see this? In the morning debate, we had that the freight forwarders have to improve their efficiency and become more competitive. So as a freight forwarding community, how do you see this scenario evolving?
It's a good question. I will not talk about this question in the end-to-end solution. I think so. We welcome them all. We cannot stop anybody from getting into any of the businesses. If you go 25 years back, we used to have these lines doing the consolidation business, the lines doing all the activities. But after a time, you have seen that they burned their hands and they went out of this, and they had to concentrate on the main business of the liner business, and they have sale containers only. So it's the same thing. See, this is a complete different area, logistics area. It is not that easy what it is perceived from outside, though there are facilitation measures coming in, but compliances are being increasing at the same time when the facilitation measures are coming into the system. It doesn't happen that only facilitation compliances up to that levels are increasing from day to day time, which is becoming more important and sensitive. Today, it cannot be happen that the uneducated person or the low education person can come in. A lot of upgradation or skill development is required in this sector, and the innovation, the innovations in logistics is required. What you rightly said, has to be given in the different way. The thought process is a complete different way, which has to be brought in, and there is a limitations when such people come and they perceive from that direction, because it is an end-to-end customer. It is a personal understanding of this supply chain, which requires tailor-made services. And that is a more important service which any importer, exporter, or trade will look after, and not has a service finance. Okay, finance is today available. I don't think so. It's a major challenge in today's time. If somebody comes with a finance trade, that is nothing. It is comparable, and it is welcome move that whoever wants. It is not by compulsion but by choice. That today it is a buying market. It is not a selling market. So by that way, that is not an add-on competitive advantage where the trade will look for have a joint venture with any of the main terminal port operators or something, but it will have its own way of having a competitive edge to take upon the businesses. So we are, and everything will revolve around the custom brokers, where the custom brokers around, he is the person who will be our core competence to have these logistic services provided to the trade as per the tailor-made requirement of the customers, because there are complete different requirement of the customers when it comes to, it is not a single way. Once it is the draft, it is drafted and it goes in the same pipeline. No, it is not the way the system works. So it is a welcome for them. If they want to try, please try it, do so. Once the trade experience, it will again come back to us only. So we are not really worried about it. It's a life cycle. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Shankarji. That is a very positive approach that you have. So, gentlemen, that's all I have time for this session. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing a lot of insights into policy-related issues, infrastructure, soft infrastructure, and regulatory-related issues. Thank you, Mike. Had a wonderful time with all of you. Thank you, Umeshji, Shankar, and thank you, Mr. Satish Kumar, who is online, and my thanks to Abhishek Chaudhary, who had to log out early. Thank you very much. I request
pleasure being
the participants to keep logged in. We have another interesting session on the South Asia scenario, what is happening in the neighborhood, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. That session will be moderated by Rohan, our good friend, and the session will commence with a break of 5 to 10 minutes for the arrangements. Then we can relax. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Good afternoon. Welcome to Containers India Session 3.
Good afternoon, Ram.
So thank you very much for joining us. Today we had 2 interesting sessions in the forenoon, and now the session 3 talking about South Asia, what is happening in the neighborhood in terms of container trade. So for this, I requested Rohan to moderate this session, and thanks Rohan for accepting and moderating the session. What I'll do is I'll quickly introduce Rohan and then hand over to Rohan to continue the panel discussion. Mr. Rohan Mascarola is the founder member of Singapore Shippers Academy, founder and CEO of Shippers Academy Colombo and Shippers Academy International Australia. He is the consultant to UN International Trade Center ITC Geneva on logistics, and also chairman of the National Export Strategy on Logistics to the Export Development Board of Sri Lanka. He is the Director General of Sri Lanka Association of Manufacturers and Exporters of Rubber Products. Mr. Rohan has also served as the first Secretary General of the Asian Shippers Council, representing 16 countries in Asia. He was a former chairman of the Sri Lanka Shippers Council and Association of Shippers Council of Bangladesh, India, and Pakistan and Sri Lanka. He has a special focus on Indian Ocean trade, logistics, and shipping. So with this introduction, I hand over to Rohan, and I couldn't find a more competent person than Rohan to handle this session because he has insights into all that. And I thank each one of you, Ravi Shankar Sainoji for joining us, Ajit Singh, Opul, Amrul Islam Saudari from Bangladesh, and Akshay Bhatia. Thank you very much for joining us. Now over to Rohan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. I'm a little late.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ram. Give me a second. First of all, let me thank you for inviting me for Containers India 2021 Maritime Gateway, and it's a pleasure to meet you virtually. Generally, we meet physically in Mumbai. Post-COVID Indian subcontinent, how we would be looking at the future. So we have eminent speakers from India, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Let me quickly go through their short introduction. We have Mr. Ajit Kumar Singh. Mr. Ajit Kumar Singh is an officer of 1993 batch from the Border Security Force, BSF. He has been working as Director Operations Land Port Authority of India since August 2020. Before this, he has served as Commandant in BSF. He holds a master's degree in Criminology and Police Administration from Madurai, Amraj University, Madurai. Then we have Mr. Rabi Sanju. I hope I pronounced right.
Yes.
Joint Secretary of Government of Nepal, started civil service of Nepal in 1985 and contributed on preparation of national periodic plans, MDGs, and preparation for national SDGs, macroeconomic model for periodic plan, and gender and macroeconomic policies. Mr. Sanju also served as Joint Secretary in Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies. He had led Nepalese bilateral negotiations team on trade and transit with India, China, Bangladesh, Turkey, and other neighboring countries. He also contributed on trade negotiations with USA, UK, UAE, formulation of laws, regulations, and policies related to trade, transit, and logistics development. He also served as an Executive Director of Nepal International Transport Development Board and National Project Director of Nepal India Regional Trade and Transport Project. Presently, he is engaged in formulation of trade logistics policy as logistics specialist. We have Mr. Upul Jinadasa. He is the Chief Operating Officer of South Asia Gateway Terminal, Port of Colombo, SAGT. He joined SAGT at the very inception in April 1999 as the General Manager, Information Technology. In 2013, he was entrusted with the additional responsibility of managing the operations divisions of the. In October 2017, he relinquished his IT responsibility and continued to focus on full operation service delivery. Prior to joining SAGT in April 1999, Upul has held various ICT positions with local and international organizations, including APL. His ICT operations career spans well over 3 decades, and most of which he has spent in the shipping and ports industry. Then we have Mr. Amirul Islam Chowdhury. Mr. Chowdhury was former president of BAFA and served as senior vice president of BAFA for consecutive 4 terms. He is the founder and the managing director of Intermarine Private Limited, Transmodal Company Limited, and CEO of Transfer Logistics and Distribution. He started his professional career in 1976 as trainee manager with Continental Traders, served for 16 years in both breakbulk vessel and container services division. During his professional career, he has represented in several associations. He also joined by Mr. Akshat Bhatia, head of Maersk landside business in South Asia. He has 14 years of work experience across India, Middle East, Africa. He took over his current portfolio in 2018 and currently heads Maersk strategy for railroad and barge business in South Asia. Akshat leads Maersk corridor development and investment strategy for land transportation and intermodal in the subcontinent. Prior to the current role, Akshat was the regional manager for North India in Gujarat and has previously worked as the national sales manager for SME customers and has led various partnerships for Maersk, including the tie-up with Black Buck for transportation in India. So, welcome, gentlemen. I think we have a good panel here to discuss about the South Asian economies, specifically Sri Lanka, India, Bangladesh, and Nepal. So let me start with a few words. I'll keep it short and give the floor to you all. As you know, we trade among South Asia at a very low level. Out of our trade, less than about 4% is traded among ourselves. Although we have a population of 25% of the world, we just have about 4 to 5% of regional trade happening. That's a problem which we must look into. Secondly, we as a region, we are one of the poorest regions in the world in terms of world trade. Also, we are 4% of the global GDP or the global world trade numbers. We are about 4 to 5%, which is again very low. Whereas Asia is known to be the factory of the world, led by China, and of course the ASEAN and the Koreans and the Japanese. So I think it is very much, it was our time before the COVID hit us. South Asia was the fastest growing region in the world, according to many international recognized reports, led by basically India and Bangladesh. And very recently, Bangladesh was identified growing at one of the fastest pace in the coming decades too. So the future looks very positive in my own view. In terms of, we have a very young population in the region led by India's large population. The investment climate is getting better. It should get better. And India attracts, I think, within the first 10%, first 10 of the global FDIs, India is one of the players. So we have to be very happy that India is moving forward in terms of FDI. Similarly, the Bangladesh economy is growing well. Other small economies like Sri Lanka and Nepal and Bhutan have had its own problems. But if the region gets up, we will have that potential to grow. We are looking at double-digit growth for some other regions in India. Overall, 8% economic growth for the Indian subcontinent, probably post COVID. Now, what I see is the challenges we face are many. We have to first look in inwards because we are trying to conquer global markets. Global markets are going to change with COVID-19, which we all have already experienced. There's good side of it and there's bad side of it. Good side of it is people are looking at nearshoring. So there might be trade shifts. We already know that there is a huge topic called the trade shifts from China because of the supply chain disruptions that took place at the initial stage of the COVID. And now again, we see that companies are keen to diversify out of China after learning many lessons. So there can be positive attributes to South Asia, which is new investments from parts of the world. Also, we see countries like Turkey getting support for trade growth because it's proximity to the European Union. So there's going to be severe competition as far as I see in terms of post-COVID international trade. And that competition will not only be led by cheap labor. We should not be very proud of providing cheap labor and having industries. We should be going towards skilled labor, reskilled labor, and labor that attracts technology. So we need to focus on these areas, on the post-COVID area, as far as I think. In terms of the growth in the subcontinent, I would say would reach potential growth levels from India and Bangladesh. Also, I think on our neighbors of Pakistan also probably will come out of its economic boost post-COVID. That is the signals that we are getting. Because we need to build a strong South Asia if we are to attract foreign direct investment. In terms of my own country, Sri Lanka has its own problems. But in terms of shipping, I'm happy to say that we are getting our infrastructure into the levels that we need, and next 3 to 4 years, Lanka will have new capacity built up in containerized business as well as break bulk business. So without further ado, I would like the speakers to give their first round, because we have about 90 minutes, which we have already passed 15 minutes out of it. I would like to invite Mr. Ajit Kumar Singh from India to give his initial remarks, maybe 5 minutes, Mr. Singh, about how you see India from your perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Ron, and big thanks to you, and big thanks to the Containers India, who organized this post-pandemic era Rebound and Refocus theme. I'm seeing that the number of panelists across the border, across our neighboring countries, and I welcome everyone, and my sincere gratitude to all of the panelists from Bangladesh and Nepal, Sri Lanka. So let me start with the theme or the session 3 topics, that is the neighborhood updates, that is South Asian scenario. So I will be restricting and keeping myself with the LPI. What is the role and the work and the development in terms of trades, what LPI is taking in a glimpse and in a short brief, I would like to emphasize on. So let me start with, as you all know, that India plays a very crucial role, basically central role in trade integration in South Asia, and land-based trade accounts for a negligible share of 1%, I say, of India's total trade with the world. And for information, I just gathered the information, around 40% of the India's total trade with Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Myanmar, and Pakistan takes place via the land border, road route, and 50%. I'm talking about now about the 50% of the India-Bangladesh trade takes place via the land route. 97%, what we perceive and what perceive, we have taken the data about from the Indo-Nepal, that is 90% that takes place on with the land route, and around 76% with the Bhutan. And for information for everyone, that is the transaction cost of trading have historically continued to be high in South Asia, primarily because of poor connectivity. And I, being a border security force officer also, I was posted in the remotest border with the country, that is with Bangladesh, Pakistan, and that is there. And I've seen even in Myanmar also border, and there was a very poor connectivity across the borders by land. And the mode of transporting goods was primarily is with the land route. So the transaction cost is more. So this was just only a brief about this. What is the role of cross-border trades and data? Now coming to the role of LPI, what basically, if I think most of you are aware about the Land Ports Authority of India. Abbreviation is Land Ports Authority of India, like airport, like seaport and all. So what's happened as part of the efforts to improve the infrastructure at border checkpoints, now India is in the process of developing the integrated check post at some selected checkpoints, selected trade points. You call it land customs stations, LCS, and with us neighboring countries. And it is mainly because for the efficient management of border crossing, not in view of cargo movements, but as well as for the passenger movements. ICP is basically intended to be a one-stop solution. That is, one integrated check post is a one-stop solution that houses of all regulatory agencies like immigration, customs, border guarding forces, plant quarantine, etc. You name it, that all stakeholders at one place. That is for the smooth functioning of the trade and cargo movement as well as the passenger movement. Basically, this LPI is established as a statutory body under the Department of Border Management, that is comes under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and is entrusted the task of building land ports in India on India's borders. Basically, we develop the land buildings of all infrastructure at land borders. And that is not only the simple building we are creating, but it is the state-of-the-art infrastructure we are creating. Given a chance, you can go there and you see some of the, I think panelists have gone there. If not, by chance, if you get the chance, you go there and see the state of infrastructures coming on the border checkpoints. That is called the ICP, and with the aim to facilitate seamless and efficient movement of cargo and trade transaction. And it's also promote basically the regional trade and people-to-people contact. So now, so far, we are having 23 integrated checkposts, which is designated at ICPs and approved and by the ministry, by the government of India. And out of these 23, 9 ICPs are functional at present. and the non-14s are in the process of upgradation. This ICP's upgradation, that is, we call it LCS upgradation. LCS, we are upgrading LCS to ICPs. So as a brief, now Indo-Pakistan border, we are having 2 ICPs, that is functional. And on Indo-Nepal border, we are having 2. Bangladesh, we are having 4. And Indo-Myanmar border, we are having 1. Just name it quickly. I think Pakistan border, I think one is at Punjab Atari border. If you heard about the Atari Wagah border, and another one is Dera Baba Nanak. Given a chance, you must go. If given a chance, you must visit this state-of-the-art infrastructure. It is basically for the pilgrims. Dera Baba Nanak, Kartarpur corridor, we'll call it. In Nepal, I think Rakshal and Jogbani, Viratganj and Birganj, I think the panelist from Nepal, he knows about the 2 ICPs are functional now. And in Indo-Bangladesh, we are having this Agartala, Petrapol in Calcutta, Agartala that is in Tripura, and Srimantapur and Sutarkandi that is in Assam. These are operational, and 1 ICP we are functioning, that is functional at Myanmar border, that is called More. More is one of the, it is a small place at Indo-Myanmar border, that is the Indian side. So yeah, these are the functional ICPs and providing all this, all supports and for the seamless movement of trade as well as for the passenger movements. As regard to 14 ICPs are proposed, I will not name out, but I will just figure out the numbers for your knowledge, for information. And on Indo-Nepal border, we are going to build 5 ICPs within a span of say 3 to 4 years, and it will be completed. And I think this all under process. So 5 ICPs are there with the Indo-Nepal border, and 8 ICPs on Indo-Bangladesh border. Indo-Bangladesh, there are 8 ICPs, and Indo-Bhutan, there's 1. So their number of ICPs we have proposed, that is 66 ICPs, LCS, 66 LCS we have selected so far, and we are upgrading into ICPs. But presently, the 14 ICPs will be coming, 5 with Nepal, 8 with Bangladesh, and 1 with Bhutan. I think that will be a tremendous cross-border trade development with Indo-Nepal, Indo-Bhutan, Indo-Bangladesh, and so on. So this is basically for the LPI, and just a quick information about the LPI. Since 2012, this ICP, first ICP at Atari was operationalized, and for information, you will just come to know that it was the trade worth rupees 300 to 51 crores across all its operationalized ICPs for the cross-border movement, and about more than 27 lakhs cargo vehicle has been so far has been facilitated by LPI, and rupees 32,746 crores in 2012-13. Now we have come up to 2020-21, that is 95,488 crores. That is the trade benefits, and what is the value in terms? We got it through land borders, and even the important role of LPI has been particularly more pronounced during this post-pandemic era. When the countries in our subcontinents, everything was closed and everywhere were battling with this deadly virus. But the trade across land border was instrumental, I think, to ensure that the vital goods and essential commodities like fuel, medical supplies, and the food grains etc., are delivered across the border through land border through this LPI, and with the aim that the economic activity of both India and its neighboring countries could not be disrupted.
Mr. Singh, I will come back to you with the next round.
Okay, thank you.
And we will. I would like to go to Akshat Bhatia, who's from Maersk. Since we are talking of land borders and infrastructure and roads, can you enlighten us of what's going on in terms of the developments that is connecting seaports of India and the big picture that you see about post-COVID for the Maersk side of the story?
Rohan, first of all, thank you so much for having us, and thanks to Maritime, Gateway, and all the other panelists. Before I go to that, Rohan, I'm going to take a minute and just talk about the EXIM scenario. Before, if you don't mind, and I know you're you're highly proficient. You're a big proponent of global trade. Sri Lanka as a hub, and I was reading your articles where you said a few years ago that the industry will move to an oligopolistic nature by 2030. But of course, now we are actually seeing new entrants as a result of the disruption. So we are actually on the precipice of a lot of change in the industry. Let me just start with Maersk. 30 seconds, quickly break into the EXIM nature of what we see happening in the belt, and then I'll hit upon the land-related challenges. So first of all, it has been a very dynamic year, Rohan. From a pure export perspective, this has probably been the most energizing 8 or 9 months that I think the South Asian countries have seen, at least since I've been in the industry. Starting with Sri Lanka, for example, Maersk is on the cusp of crossing 200,000 TEU in exports, which is something we've never seen before. And this is despite all the challenges that you see, the lack of, let's say, ocean space. Some other liners might have seen, but the fact that it's going to cross 200,000 TEUs, there is interesting developments happening as far as the new terminal and the port development are concerned. Also, Sri Lanka, faster and faster becoming a very important consolidation hub, Rohan, in terms of not just what used to be, but also a lot of the garments, for example, from Bangladesh and India, moving on a sea-air model or an air-sea model. So you're seeing a lot of shift in that sense. And you add to that the digital aspect to it. And Sri Lanka is fast kind of, let me say, enveloping itself around the growth in the region and calling itself a solid transshipment hub. Fair to say that if you look at the congestion waiting times in the US West Coast and other parts of the world, I think we've come out fairly fine as far as South Asia is concerned. Touch wood, it stays like that. And this is, we've had worse scenarios due to weather in the past, and all of them have been overcome this year. So I think kudos to the industry for managing that. Moving into India, demand like never before, mainly from the Western world, but also from agriculture. And now post-monsoon, you will see a lot of more agriculture exports out of India. As Maersk and Zishan spoke about it earlier, we've positioned more than 200,000 containers in India just to meet the export demand. So it just goes to show the importance of India as a country to Maersk. And the efforts we are willing to make for that. Of course, supply chains are disrupted and customers are looking for new solutions. And I'm going to talk about that when it comes to cross-border trade in a moment. And then, of course, Bangladesh, it's growing at 11% just for the ready-made garment sector. In the coming years, it's expected to at least keep 12%. There's the news around Patenga coming up. So there's a lot of positive excitement around the industry. And this is despite perhaps what you might call the power shortages in places in the factories. This is despite the increased cost of cotton imports. So a lot of good work all around to keep the trade flowing. And we've seen only positive upsides through the course of the year after the pandemic has ended. Now coming to land border and cross-border trade, and Ajitji speaks eloquently about what it does, and I'm actually quite a big fan of what they're doing. We recently actually visited ICP Biratnagar as Maersk, and we've set up an acceptance point to facilitate trade through beyond Birganj as the traditional route. And indeed, what he says is absolutely true. It would still be fair to say that infra development around, let's say, the Benapole, Petropole area, some of the other pockets, still need to take shape. There is still congestion during holiday season. Trucks do pile up here and there. However, what the governments of Bangladesh, India, and Nepal are doing is absolutely tremendous. I think they've overcome a lot of challenges with political will in the last year. I would like to believe, and Maersk believes that despite the fact that the global supply chains have become a bit disruptive. These countries have looked at each other in a very smart way to enable trade. In fact, Bangladesh has risen to be, India has become Bangladesh's fourth largest importer now, which is quite a big increase. We are seeing auto, chemicals, agriculture goods going from here, and ready-made garments, in fact, coming in now in a big way from Bangladesh to India. But what has really been interesting to see is that during the course of all this change, more interesting multimodal ways of doing transportation have opened up. So what, earlier, if you go back in time, if you were based in a factory in Ahmedabad, you were potentially going all the way to Colombo to come back. And today what we're noticing is customers choosing the land route. And sure, the land route has its challenges once in a while, but also inland waterways coming up as a new mechanism for exports. And the river route between Kolkata and Chittagong and Dhaka being really reaping its rewards for those who have invested in there. As Maersk, Rohan, I can just leave you with a couple of thoughts on this. We've into Nepal, we've always been a big proponent. We've had significant market share and led the product development by being the first as far as Birganj was concerned, which significantly reduced the cost of the Nepalese importer by almost 40% as far as detention was concerned. Now we made more inroads there. Into Bangladesh, we are very soon going to launch a barge product as Maersk, which will connect the east coast of India into Dhaka and Pangaon specifically, allowing customers to use this option. So a lot of interesting flavors that are coming to the intra-area trade, Rohan. Of course, there are still some nuances that need to be fixed, Rohan. For example, the border crossings, while they are being developed on some sides, I think the other side still needs to show some sort of fruition in terms of investment. Post-border crossing, there is still certain infrastructural challenges, because at the end of the day, the consignees, for example, in Bangladesh, still need to come to the border and clear the goods and take them to the final mile. But in the larger scheme of things, it's only been positive. The speed of change we've seen in the region has actually been accentuated, so that to overcome the existing problems, customers have looked at a myriad of options to ensure that they are exporting. So, however, the input cost, we believe, will continue to increase for all the South Asian countries. The raw material cost, there is a lot of talk around Atmanirbhar and self-reliance, and we see that coming to life. So a lot more near sourcing and near shoring, as you mentioned before, and not just within SAARC, but also with Indonesia, Vietnam, you're seeing a lot more trade as far as agri is concerned. So this will be a changing scenario. If I am a customer in this belt, I am now going to explore digital and technological solutions to my problems. I am going to explore multimodal options to solve my problems. We have recently seen cargo shift between the coast of India to avoid monsoon potential congestion. So these are the trends. And it's not to say that this will be the new flow of cargo. 2 months from now, it will revert to the original flow. But these are the changes that customers now need to adapt to as the supply chain world changes, and to ensure they get access to containers capacity and ability to meet the buyers' demands. I will hold here for now, Rohan. You can go to your other panelists, and then we can, of course, continue from here.
Yeah. Quick question. Post-COVID now, I think India's throughput was about 17 million containers, right?
Yeah.
Is it growing this year, or is it still stagnant at same levels?
Let me put it like this. On exports, it is growing like never before, right? So the government of India has taken a very substantial target, and month on month, they are exporting between $40 to $50 billion, every month, which is a record being hit every month. Imports have definitely slowed down, Rohan.
Right.
This is what's leading to the repositioning of containers and what have you. And, even the Far East services via Colombo having to kind of turn around at times. But so the imports might have slowed down, but the exports are as robust as ever and will only grow from here. I would say the same for Bangladesh to a huge extent as well, Rohan.
Thank you very much, I think, for that insight. We can have a dialogue as time comes. So I'd like to go to Bangladesh straight away. Tell us about what's going on in your country, because we hear a lot of positive news in terms of growth in Bangladesh and the logistics industry's potential to grow at double-digit numbers, which is very encouraging even for us in Sri Lanka. We depend on our transshipment volumes to grow through Bangladesh. So, Mr. Islam Chowdhury, can you brief of what's quickly in 5 minutes, what's the big picture there?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting, to join this, meeting. My preceding speakers spoke many good things about Bangladesh. Well, definitely, the private sector is the engine of growth for this. Like particularly Mr. Akshay and Ajit and others were speaking about border trade between South Asian region. Border trade is not as good because of connectivity between borders between India and Bangladesh, Bangladesh and Nepal, Bangladesh and Myanmar. Maybe Indian side they have upgraded, as Mr. Ajit was articulating, state of the technology, but Bangladesh side is not up to that. Apparently, my reading is that both policymakers and traders, like other than logistics, they do not understand the importance of the logistics, So no one is focusing to develop the logistics. So in fact, I am a proponent to government and many for us to develop the logistics aspect. As regard to, sea shipments, post-pandemic scenario was bad. Initially the export movement was restricted, but again, the Chittagong port has never stopped functioning. Even during pandemic scenario, Chittagong port has moved cargo, export and import, everything without any hindrance, without any hiccup, and the goods has moved. Only after this post-pandemic scenario, the congestion, the container non-availability, freight rate, everything has hiked up so much so it is very difficult to cope up with the situation. Like the transshipment ports, as you know, Bangladesh is not a direct shipping port. It has to go either via Colombo, Singapore, Tanjung Palapas. So all these transshipment ports are facing minimum 2 weeks congestion. Apart from that, equipment availability, non-availability is also a deterrent. As in addition to that, top of that, the freight hike. Where in pre-pandemic scenario, we're shipping a container to Europe, somewhere around $1,300 for a 40 or 40 hike job. Now the shipping lines are demanding $14,000, even $19,000. So imagine the buyers are, though it was all FOB, now buyers are pushing the pressure on the exporters. You pay up this. So they are
Did we lose Mr. Chowdhury?
I'm sorry, possibly the network got disconnected. I was, out of here. So
okay. Go ahead, Mr. Chowdhury.
Yeah. So this has, though, growth order shifting to Bangladesh as well as the production also is going on smoothly. But again, the imports particularly are.
We lost him again, isn't it? Mr. Krishna,
getting shipment of those is there. The exporters facing difficulty.
Mrs. Chowdhury, your line seems to be not okay. Maybe you can, if you can hear me, maybe you can take the video out and put the speaker on. It might work.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hello?
Hello? Hear me?
Yeah, having trouble with net because actually today is a holiday down here. I'm attending from home.
Okay, we understand. Yes.
I'm not staying at home, so I'm not formally attacked. Also, net is giving some trouble, so that is one of the reasons. My deliberations could be massively interrupted or hindered. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. It's good that you turned off the video, then your signal becomes strong, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you. As you understand,
Okay, I think what we will do is, can you facilitate Mr. Krishna? Can you hold on to Mr. Chaudhary? He's on mute. Mr. Chaudhary, you're on mute. Mr. Chaudhary, you're on mute. You're still on mute, Mr. Chaudhary.
am I unmuted? Hello?
Now I can hear you, but I can see you as muted. Can the others hear Mr. Chaudhary, please?
I have not muted, but it's possibly some automatic. I'm trying to unmute myself.
Okay, you're okay now. You're okay. You're okay.
Sorry, I did not mute it. It was automatically unmuted. Fine, you know, I'm attending from home because of a holiday today, weekend holiday. So from home, Wi-Fi's connection is apparently, disturbing. See, anyway, the scenario is that, as I explained, from the seaside shipment, containerized movement, we are having difficulties. In addition to the air traffic, also, very high freight trade, and later, because pandemic scenario, not enough, belly space of the airlines, and only freighters are moving at a high cost. Those are the challenges, the forward shipping as well as the exporters are facing.
Mr. Chaudhary, if I may intervene, how are the volumes in terms of manufacturing, export, import volumes? Are they remaining the same? Okay, what I'm going to do is, I think Mr. Chaudhary's line is getting interrupted. I'm going to Nepal. Mr. Chaudhary, I'll go to Nepal and get back to you at the next round. Can I have some comments from our speaker from Nepal, Mr. Sanju Rabi, please?
Do you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rohan. Actually, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me in this program. Although I got the information last night only, so I could not prepare much, but whatever, there's something I have to say on this part. Mr. Rohan has already indicated that interregional trade in the South Asia is very low. I mean, it's less than 4%, definitely. So we are not, this is there are a lot of problems, and main problem is the connectivity. There is no doubt on that part. And one of the studies, done by the UNSCAP, it has already clearly shown that, although it is a little bit old study, it was done in 2018. It has shown that Nepal has exploited, used only 24% of its total potential for the export in the South Asia. Still, the 76% is unused. Besides, due to this connectivity and some other problems also, the cost of trade is very high in these regions. And one of the studies shown by the UNSCAP and World Bank has shown that the trade cost between Bangladesh and Nepal is 272%. If you see, the Pakistan is 409%. Although, if you compare it with the, even with the other countries in the Europe, it's Germany only 194%, USA 251%, and UK and 232%. So you can imagine, how much the inter-regional trade cost is so high. So that's why it's not taking place. That is the one thing. So definitely, I mean, Nepal is a landlocked country, and definitely it has a lot of problems in connectivity, and it has to use the India's port, gateway port, or via China. We have to go through it. And previously, the Delhi, I mean, panelists from India has already indicated that already there is 2 ICPs working in Indian border. That is Biratnagar, and that one is in Birganj. And only Birganj had a railway line connectivity. Although railway connection is already completed in the Biratnagar ICP, but it is not. It is not operational till now. Although I mean, till the ICP, it has I mean, its trial round has already been completed in 2018, but it is lying unused. So definitely, government of Nepal is trying to talk with the Indian counterpart on this part also, and they are using that part so that I mean the trade cost will be lower in that area. That we are thinking on that line also. Definitely, one other ICP in Nepalganj is under construction. One ICP in Bhairwa is still not started construction. It will be started very soon, I think. Besides, one other ICP is also under discussion, that is in the Dodhar southeast, in the northern part of western part of Nepal. So after having all these things, these ICPs, definitely, I mean, that will facilitate the trade with the India and within the third country also. We are at that part. And besides, actually, in the MOX, participant from the MOX has already indicated substantial improvement has been we received from after using the electronic cargo tracking system. So we started electronic cargo tracking system for a third country cargo from Visakhapatnam and from this Calcutta also, but still it is still in the trial basis. Although I mean, government of India, CBIC has already promulgated one regulation for that also, but it is used only for import. I mean, not for export from Nepal. That is the main clause. I mean, defect of that regulation. So we are also requesting, and then for I mean, Nepal is also requesting government of India to regularize it in the export also. And we in 2018, government of Nepal has already shared a letter of exchange, draft letter of exchange, using this electronic cargo tracking system in both in the roads and the railway only. It is only used in the railway now, not in used in the the roads movement. So it is also getting some problem on that. After we use this ECTS in the railway, the timing has substantially decreased. Definitely, it has also decreased the cost also. Previously, there was a long time. Sometimes, I mean, coming from Visakhapatnam, it took almost 3 months also. Now it is taking only 7 to 9 days. From Calcutta, it is taking only 4 to 5 days. And besides, another interesting point is it has substantially decreased the paperwork. Now and previously, I mean, while importing in the gateway port, I mean, Nepal importers has to submit at least 8 kind of different documents. There was almost 30 point of interaction in the gateway port. And there it needs a 22 signature in each documents in the gateway port, including custom and all these things. Now it has reduced substantially. So it has reduced cost also. So if, I mean, this LOEs is signed on the ECT using ECTS both in the railway, export and import, and even in the roadway also, it will definitely decrease the cost. Besides, actually, Nepal has also requested Government of India and CRA1 LOE for 2 additional gateway ports, that is Dhamra and Mundra, because we don't have connection in the western port of India. So if we could, I mean, that LOE is signed, then definitely that will also aggressively reduce the cost, because these 2 ports are private sector ports. They will come aggressively to grab the business of Nepal. I think so. So we are expecting on that part also. So besides, actually, definitely there is another agreement, I mean, amendment in Transit Treaty of Nepal. That is started with the consolidation of the various LOEs that between India and Nepal. It is already finalized. Only the signing of ceremony of it is has not taken place till now. And the beauty of these consolidations of LOE is that it will open up use of these inland waterways of India for Nepalese cargo in the Sahabganj, in the near Kanpur, and even the Banaras also, isn't it? 3 waterways, inland waterways port also Nepal can use. That will also substantially decrease the trade cost, I think. I'm expecting on that. And MOX representative has already indicated they have already started, I mean, one station in the Biratnagar. And I come to know that they have also requested to, in the Calcutta, Commissioner of Custom to use ECTS in the roadways also. That is not happening. And so definitely if they were allowed for that, definitely that will decrease the cost. I come to know one of the colleague from the MOX that it will decrease the cost almost 15,000 per container, I think. So they are informal.
I'll just come in here. So that is indeed correct, because, you know, today ECTS works on rail, but not on road. So it is something definitely important for us and to break some of the cartels that operate today. But Mr. Sanju, Gaurav also speaks very highly of you.
Definitely.
Just to elevate one point, you know, between Padmava and Biratnagar, that's the rail link that still needs to be completed for Biratnagar to become a rail point. So we will, I can promise you, will be the first to trial it when it's ready.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just want to highlight here. We had one field visit and study on using this railway line up to the Biratnagar. So, I mean, the railway line up to the ICP is already completed. And we talked to the IRCON people over there, and even in the custom people in the Biratnagar side, Jogbeni side also. They are ready to, use that up to the cargo train up to that part, isn't it? So only, we have to negotiate with the, concerned authorities in the government of India. And if that is allowed, then definitely that will change the whole scenario over there, because whatever, this cargo is moving to Biratnagar side in the eastern part of Nepal, that will come via railway, and that will substantially decrease the cost, isn't it? So
Mr. Rabi, may I intervene? I think we can take our discussions at the next level. We have one more speaker at the first round whom I have to bring in, Mr. Upul Jayanta, sir, from SHGT. Okay, Sri Lanka is the transshipment hub, and we need to get some idea for region how the transshipment have been performing, and Colombo's plans and Colombo's growth. We can get idea from Upul. Upul, over to you. I'll give you about 8 minutes in this round.
Thanks, Rohan, and thanks, Ram, and thank you very much for inviting me to be to join this eminent panelists, and it's my pleasure.
The Port of Colombo, I think, went through the most difficult period of our history, the last 19 months or so. And as you know, we currently we have a capacity around 8.5 million TEUs. And then in 2019, we reached the top milestone, 7.2 million TEUs. And in 2020, I mean, the pandemic, that we dropped very marginally by around 5%, and we ended up around 6.9 million. Now, with all these difficulties, we are on our way to achieving the best this year as well. So we are growing, and then we have got our act together, and then we started working, and we realized art as a true gateway to Indian subcontinent. And we saw an opportunity when the whole pandemic struck the last part of the year, and we put in a very good plan. And then we got everything under control during the first wave, and until it hit us bad in the second wave in October. But even with that, I can very proudly say that we were uninterruptedly we were running the port, and with very, very minor disruptions, and then we were able to sustain the volumes and then services to all our esteemed the shipping lines. The leading shipping lines also committed to port, because all the ports around us were facing trouble. So almost all the leading shipping lines were keeping faith in Colombo and then bringing volumes to Colombo. So with all that happening, and then we had to face a lot of challenges, and we are continuing to face a lot of challenges as well. The biggest or the major the challenge being the schedule volatility, and then of course inconsistent arrival patterns. And this is, as some of the speakers also mentioned, there are lots of problems in the Far East, the US and elsewhere, Europe. And then ultimately, as a transshipment hub, it is causing a lot of issues to the port here. And the omissions and the blank sailings also causing a lot of irregular evacuation patterns. We are seeing adverse weather we have never seen before, and then that is also causing a lot of issues here. And inconsistent connectivity with very high volumes, causing a lot of longer dwell times. So that is one of the biggest observations, the post-pandemic observations that we have. And the longer dwell, I don't need not mention that, leading to very heavy yards and with no buffer options. And then sometimes almost all the terminals in Colombo had to go over the physical operational capacity, and then had to deploy ad hoc yard arrangements to cater to the demand. And when the yards are heavy and the quayside and the gates are affected, and then the berth times are extended, and then the productivity is lowered. So that increased the waiting times of the ship. But fortunately, we were able to maintain the waiting time for a few hours in the port of Colombo, even with all these difficulties that we are facing here. And then the increased utilization of equipment. When the berth time is extended and the yard is choked, and then the equipment will be heavily utilized, and then the maintenance plans are affected, and then the breakdowns are also happening. So, and then with all putting together the people factor, and then when people are stretched out too much, and then there is fatigue sets in, and then the people are also is feeling the heat. So if you look at this whole thing, it's a vicious life cycle. But as a terminal operator, we have to manage all this, and then we have also found out certain solutions. Like we have been successful because of those solutions that we have put in place. And so one of the biggest things that what we have worked out is we are working very closely with the stakeholders, and then the predictive planning is what we are employing very much, and we plan for the future, and we engage very closely with the stakeholders, and we get their inputs, and then then of course we know where we are heading. And the collaboration is to the highest level that we are practicing in the Port of Colombo. And the resource optimization, both the terminals as well as the ships, that we are working in partnership throughout the conveyance, so that we can achieve mutual benefits. And of course, the COVID-19, it's a dark cloud, but there were some silver linings as well, which forced us to some digital initiatives. So like, the Port of Colombo, that a lot of things have been made digital overnight now. So including the complete clearance of import cargo. The digital initiatives that, sometimes that we thought that it is impossible to do, that we were made possible overnight, so that people now believe in them. And what is required going forward now is that we have done it well, but going forward also we have to do it, and we have to change our attitudes, and then to face the global reality. And this new normal is going to stay, and then we have to accept that, and then we have to change our attitudes, build trust among the trade. We have to trust each other, and then enhance discipline, and then ensure compliance, and then collaborate with each other very, very closely, implement necessary administrative cross-border or the legal frameworks, prioritize the digitalization options, and then work towards timelines. And of course, the POC is working very rapidly on deploying some of these disruptive technologies, and we are fearlessly moving ahead with that. And the global supply chain, as we discussed, is moving very fast. Of course, it took a dip, but now it is rebounding and then going into a major pace. And then in the past that we have discussed the last 2-3 decades, that the globalization as the major phenomenon, which the pandemic disrupted that. And now the advent of the new transport solutions, and also the technology which connected the trading centers together, which made that enable the globalization. And digitalization also was birthed because of the globalization, and digitalization also is now moving at a very, very high, faster pace. The technology is advancing very, very fast, and then making it very, very affordable, and which is changing our lifestyles as well. And then these days, definitely that all of us, whether knowingly or unknowingly, we are becoming digital wizards. I don't think that we can find anyone who is not addicted to a smartphone anyway in this part of the world now. You see now some of the trading sectors are getting disrupted, like the airline ticketing, but the shipping also is feeling that now. And then some of the markets, you see the online bookings outnumber the manual bookings. So the people are also shifting towards the virtual reality. And then some of the speakers mentioned that the nearshoring, the 3D printing is now gaining momentum. And then when it goes into the real the levels, it will reverse the flow of goods. The raw material will the trade more, and then the finished goods will be nearshored. And then the novel IT concepts such as like the blockchain based and internet cloud based technologies are emerging, and then the collaborative platforms. So all the terminals and stakeholders will adopt that kind of technology for collaborative purposes. And then as terminals, we are deploying heavily the IoT and the AI, and then we are using AR technologies, the VR technologies, and all that for simulation purposes. And then simply because that the demand for speed, the need for speed and the accuracy is going to grow. So it's very difficult for us to sustain and then service those demands and then the accuracy in a manual way with this kind of post-pandemic era. So the automation is another focus. Like there are a lot of technologies have emerged and which have become very, very affordable. And then based on your business models, there will be lots of technological developments and the deployment of specific technologies in the ports which will happen. And then the Colombo is leading the way. So, like now the entire, the terminal operation, the concept or the footprint will change in the next 2-3 years. And there'll be lots of digitization and then lots of automation complemented with specific speed and the service levels offered to customers. In the interest of time, Rohan, I will stop at this and then I'll take any questions further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Upul. I think, you gave a very good brief on touching on to technology also, which I was going to bring in at the next level. We have about 25 minutes more. I would like to open up the dialogue by saying that, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm told the region South Asia, according to Druvi, the current throughput of total South Asia is about 30 million containers, and that they are forecasting it to be 87 million by 2024. I saw the Druvi's terminal report for 2020. Given this development in container ports infrastructure, do we see enough capacity coming into the South Asian region? Can I start with Upul itself, who finished there on this question?
Yes, Rohan, now, as you know, the Colombo is on a aggressive expansion plan at the moment. So that there are two major terminals which are going to come up within the next 2-3 years. So which will add, now currently we have about 8.5 million TEU capacity. So we are utilizing about say 85% at the moment. And then with that, there'll be about say 6.5 to 7 million added within the next 2-3 years. So by 2025, hopeful that we will have about say 15 million capacity in the port of Colombo, out of which about say 65 to 70% are the deep draft. Yeah, the ULCC capacity. So I think they are on the way, and there are further developments which are going to come in. So the next the 5 to 10 years, we will see that the POC, the capacity will grow further.
Thanks. Abhishek Bhatia, would you like to comment on that? My question and now growth.
So I think Upulji has commented very well on the Sri Lanka aspect, right? And I think there is, of course, the geopolitical aspect, but he's best placed to answer that. I'll speak more from a India and Bangladesh perspective now.
Yeah.
I think the silver lining, first of all, is that a lot of investment is happening in two fronts. You're seeing ports and terminals develop on the east coast of India, which is fabulous because it is from a container shipping perspective relatively underdeveloped. So while you still have Visakhapatnam, you have Ennore, Katupalli, I can go on. Krishnapatnam came in, Katupalli is there, but you still have a larger coastline to serve. So, Dhamra and a lot of the coal bulk container, the ports getting converted now to containerization berths. So you would see a lot more development happening on that front. And it's fair to say that the speed of infra development there definitely surpasses the current input-output demand in that belt, also in line with the connectivity to Nepal, Bhutan, and other parts. When it comes to the West Coast, it's very interesting. Now, the Indian government is, of course, forecasted 400 billion. They are well on track to hit that, perhaps even go half a trillion in the coming years. And for that, they're investing heavily on the dedicated freight corridors, new export zones, multimodal logistics parks. So you will see a lot more advent of a lot more supply from these parts of the nation. What this will mean is a lot of requirement for outbound capacity at the terminals. As it stands, there is an additional terminal being added at Nhava Sheva, which definitely caters very well to the dedicated freight corridor and the central West India belt. However, when it comes to North India, we are seeing a lot more demand for outgoing cargo than we have historically seen. In fact, Mundra is growing at a very, very fast pace, and not just westbound, but also eastbound. So there is definitely a need to invest a lot there. We believe that the port operator is doing a tremendous job in the way they've displayed growth, but there is absolutely no doubt that demand will continue and the infra will have to keep pace with it. However, infra actually needs to keep a lot more pace with the landside activities, if you ask me, Rohan, including development of the multimodal logistics parks. And then you come to Bangladesh, where you've got Mongla now, and now Patenga coming up. These should significantly help ease the congestion. And when you ease the congestion, it means faster turnaround of ships within the South Asian region. It means that the berths at Colombo get freed up for ships from all over the world. More transshipment happens at Colombo, and you see basically a much faster developing container region. So the signs are positive. The East India development is definitely welcome. Definitely North and West need a lot more speed of change. The landside development, which is outlined, needs to be put into focus. And then, of course, Bangladesh has a lot of plans to overcome the current Chittagong issues. Just one aspect, Rohan, in all of this is something that came to me as a question prior to this session, which was the BBIN network. And somebody referred to it, Sahibganj, etc. But these multimodal logistics parks around the inland waterways, I think we need to, of course, the cost of steel has gone up, which has led to the barges becoming more expensive. So it will delay the projects. Steel has gone up 5 times. So it's well understood. But the more we invest here, the more the governments take the lead, give rebates, some sort of discounts to traders to move here, will also help ease some of the traffic and flow. But you are absolutely right. The numbers you're showing, 30 million to 87, will need a lot of willpower and investment in the coming years. And that should only be looked at as a positive sign from where the baseline is, Rohan.
Thank you very much. I would like to go to Mr. Islam. I hope his line is now clear. I would like to get an update from your side about how the ports and the infrastructure is developing? Are there a lot of public-private partnerships happening in Bangladesh in terms of infrastructure? Mr. Islam, any comments on the infrastructure side from you?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rohan. Well, I'd like to update you. Chittagong Port Authority has undertaken to build a new terminal called Bay Terminal. It's the other side of the Chittagong current port, with a pier capacity of 6 meters length, and we are presently to accommodate between 15 to 20 vessels, in the berth. This will be a relatively better draft, better suited for, and particularly these are just adjoining to the sea. Currently, the vessels needs to wait in the outer anchorage for, bringing the vessel to berth after when the tide is, high. But this berth will be adjoining to the sea, can berth directly from the sea to the pier, and with a draft of around 12 meters compared to current Chittagong Port draft of around highest is 9.5, between 9 to 9.5 meters. And this Bay Terminal is estimated with building capacity of 4.5 million TEUs by 2025. On the other hand, there is another port which is near Cox's Bazar, around say 80 odd kilometers from Chittagong. That's called Matarbari, where there is a bulk ship for coal handling, as well as there is planning to build a container terminal as well, 3-berth container terminal, which is expected to complete by 2024, and Bay Terminal is expected to complete by 2025. So both this combined is expected around to build an additional capacity of say around between 5 to 5.5 million TEUs within 2025. That is the update. But again, we are having the point is this basic port infrastructure is being, but not the backward linkage, the connectivity part. There the lacuna is there, like particularly this South Asian region connectivity. Like in fact, during the beginning of the pandemic, I was in Assam in 2019. I had some discussion with some of the exporters there. And down here, I had some good friends of imports. They were planning to get some goods from agro products from Assam to Bangladesh. But all this from Assam it has to go all the way to Hilli. It's a long way by trucking. Whether Assam to Sylhet, the mobile area is very closer. Some around, I think, 50, 60 kilometers. Whereas you have to go all the way, some almost 1,000 plus kilometers. So the connectivity, and one point I've heard from Indian side, I don't know the truth about it, there the logistics operator was saying there are some rent seekers. When the trucks moves to Hilli on the other side of Indian side, Bangladesh side is Hilli, I don't recall the name of the Indian side border. There are some rent seekers, from the truckers, they get money, all these things. That increase the cost. In addition to that, from Hilli to other hinterland part of the Bangladesh, that road is not suitable. Very narrow road, not to allow heavy truck movement from there. These are the, one of the problems. Again, Akhaura is not also, from Akhaura border to hinterland is not suitable. There is another one is Ramgarh in Tripura. That is also road connectivity is not. Ramgarh to Chittagong is okay, but up to Ramgarh, the main highway, the connectivity is not that good. So this needs to be the connectivity, hinterland connectivity needs to be upgraded to facilitate movement of traffic, particularly in border side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Islam. Thank you very much. I think, so what you're trying to say is the ports are getting its capacity and to reduce congestion. That's what I'm reading, but you're worried about the logistics capabilities for inland transportation and waterways. which you focus on. That's what I understand. I think I would go to Mr. Rabi in Nepal before
May I add up another point?
Yes,
Again,
please.
Sorry. Like, in earlier session, there was certain discussion of ICD and CFS. Bangladesh government has drawn the policy of ICDs, not of independent CFS. So particularly for us, we are not allowed to have our own CFS. I have to go to the ICD. They are having a monopoly in Bangladesh, some 18 or 19 ICDs. So, but functional is around 14. So they have a monopoly. They price their own, prices. So we cannot. Eventually, the customers not getting the benefit of it. Had we had, although had their own CFSs, big or small, this could have facilitated the smooth and seamless movement of goods, as well as reduce the cost because of competition and other things. There we are lacking. I have tried to propagate to I took it up with government authorities, but the bureaucracy is bureaucracy. Sorry, my apologies to say something, very difficult, very difficult.
I understand. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Islam. Mr. Rabi, I think we have about 12 minutes to finish up. So I would.
Mr. Rohan, can you speak something?
I think I'm giving you the floor to wrap up the session. So maybe I get a few comments from Mr. Rabi and then come to you.
So nice. Thank you.
Mr. Rabi, on mute.
Do you hear me now?
Yes. If you can summarize about the infrastructure, Mr. Rabi.
Definitely. No, definitely. I mean, I just want to put two things here. Recently, definitely with the Bangladesh, we have one new amendment that is in the transit treaty. So the Rohanpur-Siamabad railway line is also open for Nepal by India, isn't it? So that will also, optionalizing this line also, definitely develop a connectivity with the Bangladesh. I'm thinking on that line also. Besides, actually, if you know, recently, Government of India and Nepal has amended the railway service agreement between the two countries. And this is a very, positive development has taken place because it has opened up, because previously only the container, there is monopoly of, only the government container corporation of India, actually. So now even the private sector operator can also serve in Nepal. And recently, Hind Terminal has already catered some these containers from Calcutta to Birganj, and other operators are also trying on that part. So besides, not only in that Birganj, but they are also trying to see using the multimodal facility in the other part of the Nepal also. That is the good sign, and from the point of view of logistic development. And another things I just want to highlight, Nepal is preparing, formulating the comprehensive logistic policy. This is the first time Nepal is preparing. It is in the final stage now, and the main focus of this logistic policy is definitely in the infrastructure development, coordination in the infrastructure development, road and even the ICP, ICDs and all these things. And besides, definitely the another focus is on the supply chain management within the country itself and the internal distribution system and all these things. And another is the governance part. So definitely, once this policy, government endorse this policy, definitely that will be the big shift is going to take place in the logistic front. I think I'm thinking on that line. So I'm also involved on that part. We are also developing the digitization part and all these things. And besides, we are also trying to develop one logistic portal also. There is already the trade portal we have, and we are extending it to accommodate the logistic part also in that part. So that is the new development that Nepal is going to have. And I think, I mean, this will definitely change the logistic scenario here in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ravi. Mr. Singh, it's the floor
Yeah,
is. I think you have about 5 minutes before I have to close the session.
No, very quick updates. I heard all the panelists, especially Mr. Rabi, Mr. Uppal, and Mr. Akshit, as well as our Bangladesh counterpart, Mr. Amrul. So let me start with the updates with the Nepal, Mr. Rabi. I think as regards to the rail connectivity and all, LPI is in the process of now we are preparing the DPR, that is, and even for the RFP and PMC for establishing railway siding at ICP Petrapol and basically ICP Raxol and Jogbani. So I think it will be great help for the trade within the Indo and Nepal side. And I heard about you have done Nepal has recently launched a digital portal. So let me update you all that what LPI is taking initiative for augmenting infrastructure as well as digitalization. So first of all, just very quick, as I already said earlier, we have conducted a study to identify the gaps in infrastructure restricting land custom station, and we have earmarked 66 LCS, and we have already forwarded a proposal of 66 LCS to upgrade into ICP, and you have already sent it to ministry. So one, and we are launching, even we have already launched, we are in the process of upgrading one full body truck scanner. It is a costly equipment, but we are trying to get it as early as possible because we have got the clearance from ministry, and we are trying to put it into use with all the functional ICPs. So full body truck scanners is a costly equipment. And for your information to all, that's at Petrapol, as Mr. Akshat was telling, that the infrastructure at Benapol, Petrapol, because there's a lot of congestion. And I visited thrice at Petrapol, and I saw, and we have a meeting for your information today. Today and yesterday was a meeting with the shipping ministry, with the Bangladesh, as well as Mr. Ravi. I think today was the meeting with Indo-Nepal, discussion with some issues with the Indo-Nepal in Ministry of Commerce. So all this, the issues were discussed. So as regard to the Petrapol, we have developed a parking space, additional parking space. Earlier it was the parking space of 600. It was now and we have extended it to 1100 plus odd vehicle can park at one time. And even at Petrapol, we have established, just created or just constructed even a very good infrastructure, that is passenger terminal building, and passenger terminal building 1 and passenger terminal building 2, that is coming in the month of April 22. And Mr. Amiral, you must, it will be appreciated by everyone if you will see and visit to Petrapol. So the connectivity will be there, and the passenger movement will be there, because there are a lot of passengers come from Bangladesh to India, to Calcutta, even go to Chennai and go to Delhi and all. So one issue was this, and we have initiated 2 studies also. One is on time release to measure the actual time required for to release and clearance of the goods, the cargo goods, and that is one study. And the second one is the infrastructural gaps, to identify the infrastructural gap at all these operational ICPs. And like Mr. Ravi has told, that they have developed a digital portal. Now for information, LPI has initiated to design and implement land port management system. Every just a few seconds, land port management, what is the concept of land port management system. It will be a integrated platform for all stakeholders at ICP, and multiple provision includes vehicle parking. All it will be all digitalized. Vehicle right from vehicle tracking, slot management, 24/7 operation, availability, data analysis, everything, disaster recovery, everything will be one this LPMS system, and that will be implemented in all the 9 ICPs, and we have already processes, and in the coming hopefully in this year or the next year in the mid session up to month of June, and so all ICP will be just having this LPMS system. And now we also upgrading our this mechanized cargo handling equipments, because we have already given the manual handlings are there, but we've already given this forklifts, wave bridges, hydra canes, etc. But now we're identifying the gaps for facilitating this the mechanized cargo handling equipment is all ICP. So network connectivity is another initiative we are taking, and automation of everything. And one more thing, that is access control. We have already floated one RFP for access control, and it is going to be everywhere. So automation, the LPMS, the network connectivity, and say the mechanization of cargo, everything will be at place. So it will be convenient for everyone. And so I hope that trade will enhance a lot in coming years, and it will be implemented within 1 year. I think all this thing, LPA is doing a lot of things on LPM and on ICPs on Nepal and Bangladesh, right, even in Bhutan and Myanmar.
Okay, thanks.
May I?
Thank you for the update. Yeah,
Mr. Rohan?
Yeah, quickly, yes. We have about a minute. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Ajit, for his update about the Indian side. But again, the other side, so I don't know about Nepal or Myanmar or Bhutan, but again, Bangladesh side, as he requested me to visit Petropol. So far, I haven't been there, but again, I know about it. The Benapol or any other part of the Bangladesh side, the other side is developed, but the reverse side is not developed. No coordinated development. The cargo or passenger, the facilities is not there. It has to be in the both sides. This is my point. Could I make my point clear? Thank you.
Yeah, very clear. Very clear.
May I just, Mr. Abdul, I think we have just on the 17th of September, we have inaugurated, your minister was also there, Minister of Transport of Bangladesh, and as well as our ministry, MHA, Ministry of Home. They were there, and we have inaugurated a very used as passenger terminal building for facilitating passenger movements. And for your information, I think in Petropol, we have asked for second gate. There was a meeting also. We have met yesterday. I was with Chairman Bangladesh Land Port Authority. He came to our office, and he was a meeting yesterday with the shipping ministry, and it was a chance that we have a talk with Bangladesh Land Port Authority, and even with the Chittagong Port Authority. The additional secretary was there, and whatever this the discussion was going on, like the mirror effect, the mirror image of our infrastructure that should be there, and we have already sounded, and even Bangladesh are doing it. We have like at Bibir Bazaar, we are having at Srimantapur, Sabroom. It is going to be a multimodal logistic hub that is connecting Ramgarh and your Ramgarh up to Chittagong. So I don't think, because we are developing infrastructure in a very speedy manner, and we have talked like developing Ramgarh, because as you know that Maitri Bridge has already been inaugurated by both the prime ministers, but till date the Ramgarh side they have not given clearance. They have not acquired the land also. So they're just going to acquire the land, and how much time it will take, God knows. But these are the challenges there in Bangladesh side. I think we have 4 ICPs in Tripura only. Shabrom, Srimantapur, Nishinpur, one is rail linking is connecting, that is in the just adjacent to Akhara, and one is Akhara, that is Agartala.
One is possibly Bilonia.
Bilonia is coming up, I think. Bilonia is coming, and but it is 4 are already come up, and Sabroom will be come up in the next year almost. So Ramgarh should be developed accordingly, and we are coordinated. I think we have already sounding the Bangladesh Land Port Authority, and is going to be a meeting is going to be happening, and we conduct the subgroup infrastructure meeting every.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. I think we have come to the time limit that we have been allocated by the organizers. So I think we have a lot to discuss. When I realized that when we get together, there is so much chat around and understand each other. Maybe Gateway can organize a bilateral one with Bangladesh and India on the. Yes. Let me sum up by what I discussed today is that South Asia, we all recognize that we need to move a lot in terms of infrastructure, digitalization, skills development, because the world is way ahead of us, and we as a region has a lot of potential to get in investors, especially after the COVID-19. We are talking of a subject that how the world will reshape with COVID-19. That is where South Asia has its opportunities, but if we do the things right in the right manner very fast, probably we will have a prosperity brought into our people. End of the day, what we are talking is about prosperity to our nations. So in terms of the maritime industry, I think it's promising. We can see the potential developments in India, Bangladesh, and also inland destinations, connectivity being looked at by all governments, which is important, bringing down the cost of transportation. And I agree with the rest of the speakers that logistics is not properly understood by many. We talk about with ports and shipping, but beyond the ports and shipping, the rest of efficiency of logistics, we need to work together, I think, in developing trade and also trade facilitation. We need Sri Lanka being an island, of course, we are not connected by any land to the Indian subcontinent. We rely on your productivity and developments to increase transshipment via Port of Colombo. So we look at our regional countries as our good customers. Gopal will agree with me. That growth is important for us as well, for that regional unity and facilitate inter-regional trade. So I think this topic of South Asia has to be more and more discussed. We have to bring into more people to understand each other's problems. I can see the conversation of Bangladesh, Nepal, and India corridors having various issues to be sorted out in terms of connectivity. I think that is a challenge that these 3 countries, along with Pakistan, will have to develop trade. In terms of ocean, I can see the infrastructure. I'm happy that infrastructure projects have been taken seriously, and international partners like Maersk are partners of development in this region, which will help the region to bring in more best practices in terms of maritime related logistics and infrastructure. So let me thank all of you, the gentlemen who have taken time today to join us with this very enlightening discussion. Mr. Kumar Singh from India, Mr. Rabi from Nepal, Mr. Puljina Dasa from Sri Lanka, Mr. Islam from Bangladesh, and of course, Mr. Bhatia from Maersk India for joining. And I hope we had a productive session to understand each other. And thank you again from my side. And thank you for Gateway Media, Maritime Gateway, for inviting me to moderate this session. And I would like to hand over the proceedings to Mr. Ramprasad.
Thank you very much, Rohan. I do not want to get into the discussion part of it because you have summarized. Every speaker on this panel has contributed so much inputs into South Asia. Let me tell you that me and Rohan have been so passionate about South Asia. In fact, we have started a South Asia Shipping and Logistics Forum and did a major conference in India as well as in Bangladesh. And subsequently, we had one India and Nepal Logistics Forum, did pre-pandemic period. And I think Ravi Shankar Sainju was also a speaker there at that forum. It is only to reiterate, and SAGT has been a supporting partner in all these South Asia initiatives and Containers India initiatives. So the bottom line is that we have been inviting panelists from across these sectors, across these nations, only to discuss all these bottlenecks. And I see progress happening. The debate is not in vain that we have seen in the last few years that things have been, issues have been ironed out. Of course, though it may take time, but at least even the governments also have been very proactive, and industry has been contributing to the dialogue. We should continue to keep discussing all these issues, and then hopefully one day, in the previous session, we were thinking about, because in the mornings when we showed the statistics of container growth, South Asia in 2021 figures in the pandemic, 40% growth rate compared to any other region, whether North America or Europe or even the whole world put together. So South Asia has a lot of potential, and collectively all our nations should work towards removing these bottlenecks, and cross-border trade happens smoothly. With that, I thank all of you, especially Rohan, for conducting this panel discussion in an excellent manner, bringing in all the speakers on board. Thank you, Ajit Singh ji. LPI has been with us in the last two forums as well. And my special thanks to Ravi Shankar Sainju ji. As he mentioned, it was a last-minute request to him because of a speaker dropped out due to sudden health issues. Then last minute we requested him, and thank you so much for accepting and being on board. And of course, Upul Janadasadi, thank you very much for not only coming on board, supporting this initiative. Thank you very much. With this,
let me thanks to Mr. Rohan and as well as Mr. Satish, because it was a first interaction with all the panelists as well as with you also. So this LPI was having a very good, I think, the relation with the Containers India with your, and as per your request, because why I am just extending my thanks, because it is the first time I am interacting with, because my field is something different, and now I have come into this field. So I am extremely thankful to you, and I'm thankful to LPI chairman also, because because he was not having time, and today was a very busy day. I think I was with the Bangladesh Land Port Authority chairman. Yesterday was the shipping ministry. I was with the chairman and the meeting also. So it was totally packed today. That's why I was telling Mr. Satish that give me some time, and I'm really thankful. Such a nice forum, such a insight given by Mr. Rohan and all the panelists, Mr. Rafi, Mr. Upal, Mr. Amiral, and Mr. Akshay. Oh, nice. And once again, a lot of thanks. Thanks a lot. We'll meet again.
Thank you.
So nice.
Also, my special thanks to Amirul Islam Chowdhury from Bangladesh. So kind of you for joining us, sir.
Ravi, nice to see you after long, you know.
Yeah.
Last
pleasure, sir.
Last we met in Guwahati or in Dhaka?
Guwahati we met prior to that in Dhaka. Yes.
Right. And again, visiting you are also Guwahati again. Twice in Guwahati. Apart from Delhi and other places.
We have been just waiting, sir. We wanted to visit Colombo, Kathmandu and Dhaka soon. So hopes to see you soon. Thank you very much once again. And with these concluding remarks, I end this session, as well as thanks to all the participants that who have been logged in since morning. And Rohan wants to say something. Bye.
Thank you.
You are on mute. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you.
all love to be together. Cause when we live together, give together, when we trade, believe and explore together, we all achieve so much more together. Because together, we've made economies grow, supply chains flow. Not just plane, crane, train, ship and road, but by data, blockchain, chip and code.
With our customers across the globe, making trade more simple, digital, visible, trackable,
traceable, flexible, end-to-endable, and
dependable. Cause that's always been part of our DNA. Like, think of tomorrow, do it today. And if it's worth doing,
do it all the way.
If you take a superficial glance at the sea, it all looks the same. On the open sea, you can lose your way. This is why you need to know it well, drop by drop. But when the sea is your genuine passion, you can identify a great route. A route showing you the way. A route taken by our people for years, every day. A route that spans the oceans, roads, and railways of the world. A route that starts from our offices, goes through your offices, and arrives to the hands of consumers. Connecting people and continents. MSC, moving the world together.
From the outset, humans have journeyed through nature, on land and sea, the transition from one to the other. Loading, unloading, embarkment, disembarkment. Today, port activity is taking on a new dimension. no longer a port, but a smart corridor. "300 kilometers of fluid traffic, a dynamic artery at the heart of trade, a network of limitless connections from sea to land to sky. It is a path to Europe and to the rest of the world. A single point of contact for customized services to all containers and to all sectors. Here, fresh waters host the longest ships, while the deep seas host the largest ones. An agile interface lets you manage everything, simply and peacefully. A passage to the future, innovative, bold, and integrated within its environment.
The way the global world is revolving around and ahead of us shapes us, transforms us, and leads us to ask the only possible question: is there a better way to be a leader in the maritime and logistics business? Yes, we believe there is a better way to be who we are. CMA CGM. Yes, there is a better way to innovation in global trade. There is a better way to smart routes, to economic exchanges. There is a better way to create integrated solutions, to move things around the world, to cross the seas. There is a better way to be sustainable, to keep growing. There is a better way to cultivate happier communities, people and cultures. There is a better way to work together. There is a better way to imagine the world ahead of us. And we believe it's in our culture. CMA CGM. A new journey begins. Better ways.
Today, Container Corporation of India is at the cusp of becoming a true multimodal logistics solution provider. We started our journey from ICD operator, and we are very proud to be the true multimodal logistics solution provider.